You know we're missing two. Two of them not gonna be here. Hiroki and Doja. Wait a minute, are those copies or you got 4 pages?
No, these are copies.
Okay, thanks.
And he has
Okay. Okay. Right, Hiroki and Doja. Yeah, Jackie Clinton or Jackie Humphrey? What you be able to do? Because I don't want to look like I'm busting out though.
You definitely not doing stuff. You still got wiggle room, baby. Here. See, it ain't.
Oh,
you know
okay,
what
I
I'm
got
saying?
it. I got you.
See, all of it.
All of it. Well, come on to the meat now. Maybe you start it. Right.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. Today is Monday, December 4th, 2023. Madam Clerk, please call the opening roll.
Good afternoon, Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was set out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. By Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the adoption of the agenda? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent would be 9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. At this point, we are at the invocation section of the agenda. We do not have a guest today for the invocation, but I would like to allow my colleagues to highlight anyone that they want to hold in remembrance today ahead of a moment of silence. Anyone especially to acknowledge today? Okay. I would ask us all to take a moment of silence to remember those who are unnamed. Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, we will begin our proclamations and commendations. It is my personal pleasure to welcome Councilmember Byron Amos to the well, and would ask all of those, and I know there will be many, who are in attendance to honor William Bill Stanley III and Ivanhoe Love Stanley to please come forward and join us up on the podium.
This one?
And Mr. Bond just came in.
I'm just filling in both sides here. Please do that. If we need to get you a chair, we can get you that too.
That's right, absolutely.
Yes, fill in everything behind. Exactly, yeah.
Right here, sir. Right here, sir. Right here, ma'am. Right here.
Yep.
Right here. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, they may pick you up. Yeah, some people can go to the other side as well.
You better burn some here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hi there.
Hey. Come on, Caesar.
Seeing your career flash before your eyes right now.
on the camera. I said they may have a warrant out for you.
I'm pretty sure you know how to beat it.
Can we get you all right here? Judge Cole, come on right. Speakers.
Oh yeah, you need your speakers. Okay. Well, hello everybody. I am Atlanta City Council member Byron Amos, and Atlanta, look what we have done to celebrate two giants in the world of architecture. Definitely. So as we begin to gather, I'm going to go ahead and get started. You know, I have a tremendous job when you are celebrating two powerful individuals that have each been walking their own journey but have decided to walk it together. I have two proclamations here because you just can't do one proclamation and think it's going to represent the both of them. Right. So what I do have, and I'm going to read, is excerpts from each proclamation, and I'm going to be quick about it because I know some of my colleagues want to speak, and then I have a very short list of guests that want to speak, but we're going to be brief as possible. So in keeping that in recognition of Mrs. Ivana Love Stanley and Mr. William J. Stanley III, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize and commend the hard work and contributions of citizens of the city of Atlanta, and whereas William J. Stanley III is the founder and principal for design for the firm Stanley Love Stanley PC, a fourth-generation Atlantean whose grandparents attended Atlanta University in 1890. Mr. Stanley is a 1966 honor graduate of Charles L. Harper High School. Mr. Stanley attended the Georgia Institute of Technology and in 1972 became the first black graduate of its College of Architecture. And whereas Ivana Love Stanley in 1977 became the first African-American woman to graduate from the Georgia Institute of Technology College of Architecture. Give her a hand. One of the few hundred African-American women who are registered architects in the United States, Mrs. Love Stanley was the first woman to become licensed in the entire Southeast. And whereas Mr. and Mrs. Stanley began their private architectural practice in 1978, the firm is now the second oldest African-American practice in the state, concentrated in architecture, planning, program management, and interior design throughout the U.S. and abroad. And whereas the Stanleys have more than 42 award-winning projects to their credit, including the John Lewis Invictus Academy, Zion Hill Baptist Church, the Brenda Watts Jones Aligned Health Building on Atlanta Technical College, the Architectural Science Building in Abram Baldwin Agricultural College, Centennial Place Elementary School, the Olympic Aquatic Center at their alma mater, Georgia Institute of Technology, and the New Horizon Sanctuary, Ebenezer Baptist Church. And whereas, as a passionate advocate for women, the poor, and those without a voice, Mrs. Love Stanley is committed to grassroots movements and routinely counsel young women at Girls Inc. and in the Carver Homes community in architectural careers, as well as life skills. Mr. Stanley is part of the national president, is past national president of the National Organization of Minority Architects, past president of 100 Black Men of Atlanta, past member of Architectural Record Magazine Advisory Board. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Mrs. Ivana Love Stanley and William J. Stanley III on this 4th day of December 2023. Whew. You can just imagine the pressure I was up under, so excuse the fumbles. So, actually, this one, ma'am,
Thank you.
is yours.
Thank you so much.
And sir, this one here is yours.
It's also hers.
Yeah, he says it's also hers. Before we go forward, I'd like to, I know that our council president would like to say some words, and if any of my colleagues would like to say some words, there we go, back here.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. I just want to briefly say that in addition to all that we've heard about their individual accomplishments, there is also an enormous family tree of architects and designers and business leaders who have been mentored, helped, shaped, supported by these two individuals and their firm. You cannot go anywhere in the architecture community, in the design community, not only here but around the country, and not hear a connection to Stanley Love Stanley. At some point in someone's career, when they needed something, when they needed advice, and I humbly count myself in that group as well. Building the Center for Civil and Human Rights, going on to do other projects. These are folks who are always open and willing to lend their wisdom and insight. And for that, I wanted to highlight and say thank you, because our entire community is better for what you have done, not only in the built environment, but in the human environment.
Any of my other colleagues would like to say something? I don't know, Michael, you're gonna try to make it up here, or just grab that mic. So, David, Councilmember Bond, it's on.
No, I just wanted to add my voice and ditto what our council president has said, and hail you for honoring the Stanleys. These are people who are not just pioneers in their chosen field of endeavor, but they have made an indelible impact upon the city of Atlanta. Whether it is a design structure that we can all marvel with, or the structure of their own lives, their marriage, their character, their mentorship, their giving, their being the best damn people. Like many, many others. So we love you, we hail you, we praise you on this day. We can only aspire to build and create in the way that you showed us. God bless you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I want to say, when we talk about the city of Atlanta, when we talk about the community, the city too busy to hate, these are the folks that were in the meetings making sure that this was the city that was going to be too busy to hate. And so I wouldn't be able to walk in this space with these Italian marble walls without your work, without your hard work, and to see you and to see the first family come up looking so debonair, it inspired me even more. And so thank you so much for your service to the city, and this is the city saying we love you back.
On behalf of the thousands of people that live in Council District 10, I would like to personally thank you all for the advice and the counsel that you all have provided for elected officials throughout history. We appreciate you all so much. Thank you for your dedication, diligence, and hard work. It is so wonderful to see President of Colleges, Dr. Yancey, her daughter Yvonne, Judge Glenda Hatchett, our mayor from Jonesboro, her mother, and the list goes on and on and on. Thank you all so much for being here to honor these outstanding pioneers in the city of Atlanta.
Councilwoman Norwood.
I just want to offer my congratulations. Y'all are one of the finest couples I have ever had the privilege of knowing. I have known you for decades, and you have always been such outstanding individuals and citizens of this city. We are all so proud and so honored to be here honoring you today.
Seeing no other colleague, actually they have a small list here which will start with the Honorable Judge Hatchett.
All right.
I have known William, who I affectionately call Billy, since I was in the 8th grade. He had the smarts to marry this magnificent woman. He has been my big brother since I was in the 8th grade, and in that deal, I got this amazing sister, for which I will be eternally grateful. They are my son's godparents, one of whom is here, Christopher Johnson, and now they are the grandparents of my precious grandchildren. So I have to say that before I say anything, that I am deeply grateful to them and will always be grateful to them that they have adopted me and I've adopted myself into their family, and I love them dearly. There's a song that says, if I can help somebody as I travel this way, then my living has not been in vain. If that does not capture Billy and Ivinu, I don't know what does. They are a generous spirit. You've heard about their accomplishments and you'll hear more, but I want to stand in this place and take the little time I have to tell you about who they are and the seeds that they have planted and the ways that they have tried to make an enormous difference. There is a scholarship fund right now at Georgia Tech that bears their name. And it has funded scholarships for children, students to be educated at that institution for ages. But that's not where it stops. They have written checks for more students to go to college than you can ever imagine. And what I know is that they have poured into future generations that will benefit yet born because of their tremendous investment in not only our community, this state, this nation, and the world. And so they have done a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, as well as I know them, I had to pull out some notes. And they live by the simple principle that you must lift as you climb, and that your blessings are not to be hoarded, but rather are to flow through you to bless the world. Ivinu has volunteered for countless things, including working with the girls' clubs to pour into young people. They are always on leadership roles. You've heard about the 100 Black Men. She's been in 100 Black Women. I mean, the list goes on and on. Incoming Sire for the Boule, national organizations that go on, and I don't have enough time to talk about it. But what I do tell you is that because they have not only been on the battlefront here as professionals, they started this as students. Billy was the co-founder of the Black Students Organization at Georgia Tech. They are charter members of that organization. They keep pouring into Georgia Tech because they understand that a new generation of leaders and architects must follow them. They are there, they're on the battlefield, they are constantly working tirelessly. The list goes on. 100 Black Women, the Atlanta Urban League, the Leadership Atlanta, the American Institute of Architects, their AME Church. I don't know what they don't do in the church. I mean, every time I go over there, they're doing something in that church. They have been on the Legislative Network. They are a partner. They have been in this business for some 47 years, and we have certainly benefited from it. The AIA Trustee Board President, past president. It goes on, the National Organization of Minority Architects. They have both been involved. They have gotten so many awards that the list gets on. I think that's my cue I need to stop. But let me just say, somebody's phone. And then you have what Billy has been able to do because, let me tell you, that is truly a partnership. So anything that Billy gets an award with, understand that Ivinu's handprints are all over it. Let's be super clear about that. Make no mistake. No mistake about that. And so he has been the 52nd Chancellor Fellow of the American Institute of Architects. Now, for those of who's not architects, let me just tell you, that is a super, 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 super big deal. It goes on and on. It's been on the Georgia Tech Advisory Board. They've been on the Alumni Board. They have been on this, that, and the other board. Billy has served on the National Board of Planned Parenthood at a time when women's rights were under attack and continue to be under attack in this nation. And so what I want to tell you is that, and I know that my time is short, and they've told me that, and I'm black, and I'm Baptist, and I have a lot of notes, and I could go on for hours. But let me tell you the most important piece about them is that who they are is genuinely how they live.
Yes.
That I don't know of any two people more generous than Billy and Ivinu. And I mean that from my heart. They have stood with me in the gap, in the darkest hours of my life, of my family's life. They have been there through the joyous times. And what I know is that they are jewels. And I thank you, Councilman. I thank the city of Atlanta for honoring them today, because we need to celebrate the good news. And we need to celebrate the good people when they are here to understand our love for them. For Ivinu and Billy, run on with your bad selves. And thank you.
You know, I can't believe I missed the opportunity to tell the judge to wrap it up, but even I know not to try with Judge Hatchett. As Brother Christopher McCrary come up, I just want to say to my young people standing here, if you need to sit down, if you need a chair, let us know and we'll get you one. It's that simple. Mr. McCrary, there we go.
Greetings to esteemed guests and attendees. My name is Christopher McCrary, and I have the honor of presenting the achievements and profound impact of Mr. William J. Stanley III and Mrs. Ivinu Love Stanley. Today, we gather to celebrate and honor these extraordinary individuals whose unwavering dedication and outstanding contributions have left an indelible mark on our community and paved the way for African-American students at Georgia Tech and the Atlanta community. There's not enough time in the world for me to list the achievements and the impact that they've had on our city. And to be honest, I wrote a script, but there's truly not enough time to talk about the awards, the achievements, the professional affiliations that these two have occupied during their professional career. I do want to go a little bit off script and just talk about kind of the impact that they've had on students at Georgia Tech, more specifically Black students and architecture students like myself. 46 years ago, Mr. Stanley and Mrs. Love Stanley started their architectural practice. Stanley Love Stanley PC is now the second oldest African-American practice in the state. They've been a recipient of numerous awards for excellence in architectural design and community service, notably constructing landmark buildings on our campus in our city, such as the Aquatic Center at Georgia Tech and the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport. Both Mr. Stanley and Mrs. Love Stanley have been featured in numerous books and publications, as well as providing lectures at prestigious institutions such as Georgia Tech, Howard University, Morehouse College. Notably, Mr. Stanley and Mrs. Love Stanley have remained active and engaged in their alma mater and ensuring the success of students like myself who walk the paths they have trailblazed. Trailblaze is something that I really want to emphasize. As an architecture student, as a minority architecture student at Georgia Tech, it hasn't been easy, and I can definitely say I wouldn't have the opportunities that I've had now to be able to pursue my master's degree without the path set by these two. I'm also a recipient of their Stanley Love Stanley awardee for the 2023 year. This is an award that they have had since 1987, and it's awarded to one undergraduate student and one graduate student of African descent within the College of Architecture at Georgia Tech. It includes a scholarship and an internship opportunity at their firm, further showing their investment in developing future generations of successful Black architects. I feel my voice wavering a little bit. I have to wrap it up a little bit soon. But in honoring Mr. and Mrs. Love Stanley, today we acknowledge not just two high-achieving individuals, but living testaments to the power of passion, perseverance, and the profound impact of their efforts on the lives of this city. May their legacy continue to endure as a source of inspiration and initiative for those they've paved the way for and for many generations to come. Thank you.
I do know there was an individual that changed his entire schedule to get here today, and I do see he has walked in, our 61st mayor of the city of Atlanta. He's making his way this way. A Georgia Tech alum is where? Mayor Andre Dickens. Well, hey, how are you doing, Ms. Yancey?
Well, I had to stop by here. I just had to leave the last couple of things I was at to get here early, and I still got something else to be, but I couldn't miss this moment as we are honoring two true Atlanta legends, some individuals that have known me my whole life. My mother graduated from Harper High School with Bill Stanley. And so same year, same class, right?
That's right.
And same classes in the class. And when I was growing up, hearing about this great couple and what they were doing in the community as African-American architects and engineers and folks that were doing things, I had just begun my interest in going to Georgia Tech, and everybody at Georgia Tech talked about them and what they were doing and their influence. And so they became my inspiration for wanting to be a part of Georgia Tech and for carrying on a legacy of service into the city of Atlanta. And so the work that Bill and our venue have done is amazing. It's nothing short of God-led and community-driven. And I couldn't let this moment pass when Byron Amos and others said they were going to honor these two wonderful Atlantans, real diehard Atlantans that put on for their city all the time. I said, I got to come here and honor you and say thank you. Thank you on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta. Thank you on behalf of the business community here in Atlanta. Thank you on behalf of young men and women that aspire to be like you one day, to be architects, to build out the landscape of a beautiful city. You've done that, and so I'm honored, and thank you for all you've done. And I'll tell my mama I got to honor y'all today.
Yeah, let's see for a second. What else you got? You got two more. Okay, I'll wait. Okay. So very quickly, Mr. David Sutherland. Boss man said they can quit.
Excellent. Sure. Councilman, I was going to thank you for not having me speak immediately after the Honorable Justice, and then the mayor walked in. Real quickly, I'm the executive director for AIA Georgia and AIA Atlanta, and I think our president for AIA Georgia is here. If Ralph Raymond will raise his hand real quick, he's here somewhere. And also Garfield Pert, who's our regional director, who he's hiding back here. Just wait, raise his hand. Anyway, happy Monday, everybody. The good news is my remarks will be a lot shorter today because everyone said many of the things I was going to say. I jokingly tell people that I have 2,200 bosses in Georgia. My job is to serve these members and to look out for the profession. By any measure among our membership, Venue and Bill are among our AI nobility, with an outsized impact on the profession and society. They asked me to speak for a few minutes, and they said, please keep it light, because others are going to speak about their impact at Georgia Tech and in the community, and they have. But I hope they'll forgive me for just a little bit of heaviness as we start to kind of draw a circle around something. It was 55 years ago, this summer, when the late civil rights leader Whitney Young Jr. was invited to speak to the American Institute of Architects at their national convention. And he told our members, quote, "You are not a profession that has distinguished itself by your social and civic contributions to the cause of civil rights. You are most distinguished by your thunderous silence and your complete irrelevance." Devastating stuff in 1968. Architecture is not neutral. The work is an instrument for good or ill, subject to influence and agenda. The duty of architects is to include a diversity of voices, designed for human dignity and advocate for lasting change. Bill and Venue, among a small number of their peers, have led the slow, halting, and recent accelerated journey of the profession from silence and irrelevance to meaningful change. Architects are also lucky that their life's work often outlasts their own lives. Ivenue and Bill's career are the very definition of this kind of legacy, things with substance, things that will last. 46 years ago, two of them started their own practice. You've heard a bit about that. I encourage you more, they've got lots of award-winning projects. I encourage you to go to the website and look at them. Even more, I encourage you to go and visit the actual buildings and the spaces that they've created that are going to create a legacy for the city. I'm going to skip all the parts about what they've accomplished. You guys have heard enough of that. I think the biggest thing is that they have won the highest awards in their profession. The Bernard Rothschild Award with AIA, the Ivan Allen Award with AIA Atlanta, and they've received fellowship, which is important. Only 2% of all AIA members achieve that during their career, and it's got to be for exceptional work that extends well beyond their community and having a regional and national ripple effect. So I'm going to finish, I wasn't going to say I was going to finish my litany of recognitions, but everyone's heard all those. But I have one last one that I want to highlight. After Whitney Young's devastating indictment of the profession in 1968, AIA created the Whitney M. Young Jr. Award in recognition of our members who embody social responsibility and actively address the relevant social issues of our time. And a completely appropriate recognition of their intertwined journeys, both Bill and Ivenue are recipients of the Whitney Young Award, the second highest award that AIA gives at the national level. This brings... So their achievements, not just this award, bring honor to the city of Atlanta, to the state of Georgia, to their communities, to the profession. So Ivenue and Bill, please accept AIA's gratitude for your leadership and your impact in the profession, and for the enormous legacy you provide the city of Atlanta, AIA, the profession, and your communities. Thank you very much.
Last and finally, we have Shelley Whiting.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I guess I'm the difference between you and whatever else you have to do today. And I too had some prepared remarks, but what I will say is so much has been covered in terms of their fingerprints, Mr. Stanley and Mrs. Love Stanley. Their fingerprints, their handprints, their design and creative talent is not just across the city of Atlanta, but across this country and even globally. And I am proud to represent one of their community organizations that Ivenue has invested over 25 years of her time, talent, and treasures into, and that is the Links Incorporated, and specifically I'm the president of Magnolia, Georgia chapter of the Links, where they are our family. And so I want to bring it back to that community connection that was introduced with some statements a few moments ago, because there is nothing that Ivenue says no to in our organization. She wears so many hats, currently serving as chair of one of the service project areas called Services to Youth, which is all of our programming focused on youth and around the Metro Atlanta. And she stepped up to that after wearing the hats on finance roles and parliamentarian and or bylaws and governance roles and anything else. Again, whatever's asked, she says yes. And even when it's not asked, when I personally tried to avoid, because she is so busy, she comes to me and says, tell me what you need me to do. And that is the kind of member and friend, which is one of the tenets of LinkedIn, service and friendship, that Ivenue has brought, and hence Bill brings with every step of the way. So congratulations to both of you on behalf of our membership and all you do for this community. Me personally, we are so proud to call you our friend in service.
Very quickly, I know our mayor have to stay on schedule, so if he could step up so we can take a picture with the two honorees.
I want to stand right here.
Yeah. Okay, come on. Turn it. They need both of these. Rose in the doors. Let's stand. Let's stand. In the middle.
goes in, though.
There we go.
Oh, is it just that? Okay. I'm just usually trying to. Try to get the whole group.
Now, without further ado, I introduce to some, but present to the rest and the most, the Stanley Love Stanley PC, Miss Ivenue Love Stanley, and Mr. William J. Stanley III.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Can't come close to telling you what I feel right now. I give honor to God, who is the strength of our lives. And I hope most of yours as well. Without him, I don't know what I would do or where I would be. To whom much is given, much is required. And we try to live by that. So to our friend, our mayor, we are so thankful for this honor. December 28th will mark our 45th wedding anniversary. And we were trying to decide how can we throw a party with all our friends, so we thank you for coming.
52 years ago, I was waking up from I guess you call it a drunk, from a party the night before, OB Fly, at the Black House at Georgia Tech. It's for OB Fly, stands for Old Babes from last year. And so Ivenue came into the Black House looking for me, I guess. No, she said she was coming to study architecture. So I said, well, study me, I'm the architect. And the rest is history. I did so. But, you know, I realized that this young woman already had a degree in 3 years with highest honors in math and chemistry. Instead of going to medical school, she decided to come to Georgia Tech. And she worked full-time and did the architectural practice in 5 years while I was teaching and doing other things. You know, so, you know, when you see a turtle on a fence post, you know he didn't get there by himself. Turtle has a flat bottom. When you see a turtle start lifting and falling, there's always something to push him back up. So Ivenue pushes me back up when I roll around, like I have a tendency to do. We've been eternally blessed by this city. We've done so much more than we would ever have imagined. We're both entrepreneurs. We started working as children. We built a practice from the ground up. We had many inspirations. But I can tell you one, and that is the building next door. The old City Hall, where we used to go and pay the water bill and couldn't pee, couldn't drink the water because it was segregated. It was designed by a gentleman by the name of G. Lord Preacher. And G. Lord Preacher has a registration number of number 1. I think he worked it out to get that number. Gentleman from Buckhead, really well-heeled. My number is 2920, so if you know that you're under 3,000, you're really old in this profession. But I realized that later on that he was also the man who designed my church on Pryor Road. And I spent every Sunday as a kid breaking out of Sunday school, running on the street, climbing through the fence, climbing up the scaffolds to see that building and look at those plans. That was inspirational. 2 years later, I went to Harper High School when it was being built and broke in over there to look at the most ultra-modern school that had ever been designed, you know, and it still is. So you do things for people, you do things for children. We create beauty, we try to, and we create friends, we try to. We believe that everybody has a calling. This is our calling. But we also know that the other calling is being helpful and inspirational to people. So we thank you so much for this opportunity. We're not going anywhere. We'll be practicing for a long time to come. So don't be shy on you. But I say that because nothing is forever. But we are standing on the shoulders of some really, really giants in this community, and our parents and our grandparents and others. And we are so grateful to have an opportunity to be here today. It warms our heart. It means so much to us. And all of our friends and family, these are folks we hang out with all the time. So God bless you all, and thank you so much.
We would also like to recognize our former president of the Atlanta City Council, Caesar C. Mitchell, another Atlanta native.
So if we could gather up front with the Stanleys up front to take this beautiful family portrait of the party that their anniversary party, correct? All in, there we go.
I don't know who's I got.
Come on, sir. There you go. Well, you won't be seen behind him, but.
Can't see behind him.
Exactly. So I'm back here with you.
Could everyone else come here?
Oh, okay.
If y'all could come here.
I'm staying back here. It's too much. I'm tired.
You want to have a seat? Ain't go back.
I don't see me. 2, 3. Put your hand down so I can see it. Oh well. Yeah. At least we know we were here. Exactly. Exactly. Uh-huh.
I can tell at first you're really bad. So I can hear you home right now. I'm not even going to probably nerve-wracking. I think I've ever been in a situation like this.
right, Mr. President, we'll get out of the way.
I'd like to now welcome Councilmember Michael Julian Bond and would invite up all of those here to honor Dolores D.D. Kennebrew to please come forward. All those for honoring of Dolores D.D. Kennebrew, come on up and join us on the dais.
And I need your assistance with the flowers. So I need you to come on the floor. Your John still trying to do what? I need some assistance up here. Where's Norris or Rich? How you doing, Ms. Kennebrew? Will you stand right here? Yeah, can everybody come all the way down? Lauren. Yeah, come on down. Yeah, come on around. All right. Is this everybody? Well, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone in the general public and those who have joined us here in the chamber and at City Hall. I want to tell you, I'm really, really excited today. It is always a pleasure and an honor to bestow proclamations and honors upon those who have done good deeds for our city, have made great contributions to mankind. But I have a personal admiration and attachment to Ms. Kennebrew. I have been listening to her music since I was born. And many of you have heard the songs of her group and probably have seen her perform. And so before I begin reading the proclamation that I have here today, I believe we've got a video. We got our technician ready? All right, here we go. Look at the monitors, please. We need the sound, though.
New York, 1961. A hot new singing group was formed, cementing its place in music history. Then He Kissed Me was one of several hitting the charts both here in the United States and in the UK. They were kids when the group was created. Dolores D.D. Kennebrew was 15. We recently caught up with Miss Kennebrew at her East Point home.
I come home from school, put on the radio, and I hear the song. I'm like, oh, that's our song. That's a song we did. I don't know what we thought. We never even thought about, you're going to hear it on the radio, you're going to... And there it was a hit. By the time it was November, we were playing at the Apollo. We were so green, we were yellow. We weren't even green yet. I watched every show. We were just backstage, just looking, observing. We didn't even know how to take a bow. The Orlons were on the show. They showed us what to do. And then that is how we started.
The group graced the stage with everyone from Wilson Pickett to Diana Ross. They would embark upon a European tour just 3 years later. She says it was a time she'll never forget. And the world hasn't forgotten. Rolling Stone magazine has listed 3 of the Crystals' songs in its recognition of the 500 best songs of all time. Over the years, the members focused on family. Some retired. The group lost original member Barbara Alton 5 years ago. But Kennebrew is only semi-retired and has 2 concert dates scheduled in 2024.
I must have been in the business almost 20 years before I realized, well, this is going to be what I'm doing.
And we're so glad she made that decision.
Now to the matter at hand. I have a proclamation from the City Council. It reads in pertinent part, in recognition of Dolores D.D. Kennebrew, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Dolores D.D. Kennebrew, an American singer whose talent and artistry have left an indelible mark on the world of music. Whereas we celebrate Ms. Kennebrew for her exceptional career as a member of the iconic trio The Crystals, a group that played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of the music industry beginning in the 1960s. Whereas Dolores Kennebrew grew up in Brooklyn, New York, in 1960, at the age of 15, she was invited to sing in the girl group The Crystals. She was an original member who stayed in the group throughout their formation and for the longevity. As a cornerstone of the Crystals, Kennebrew's contributions whereas as the cornerstone of the Crystals, Kennebrew's contributions to the timeless hits such as Do Run, 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 and Then He Kissed Me have become synonymous with the era of musical brilliance, resonating across generations and standing the test of time. And whereas beyond her musical achievements, Kennebrew has demonstrated resilience, perseverance, and grace, serving as an inspiration and inspiring artists and admirers alike. And as on this auspicious occasion, we take pride in recognizing and honoring Dolores D.D. Kennebrew for her outstanding musical legacy with the enriched and cultural tapestry of our nation. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Council, on behalf of the City of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Dolores D.D. Kennebrew Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the City of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. And I've done this all being a rebel, Ms. Kennebrew. God bless you. Any of our colleagues want to make a comment? Mary, anybody? Okay.
Well, I tried to avoid this for a while.
Oh, no. Mary, you like to say something?
Well, as a lady who was in broadcasting for many, many years, and ran a bunch of radio stations, including lots of them as of the LOU, Louisville, Kentucky, where Monica Collins got her start. I go all the way back with your wonderful work. Having grown up in Augusta, Georgia, having had wonderful soul music there, and your style, your talent, your ability is just to be cherished. So congratulations.
There's no one else. Ms. Kimber, you have the floor.
All right. I have tried to avoid this because I'm not one to really push myself. I like to stay kind of in the background. I don't even like divas. But I can do it. I've done many of them, and I'd like to put on my glasses since I've gotten a couple of years older so I can read.
All your children get older. You don't get older.
Oh, yes, that's right. I told my daughter she's going to be older than I am soon. Anyway, I'd say, first place, happy holidays to everybody. Hello, and Mr. President, members of the Atlanta City Council, members of the audience, family, and friends. I want to thank Council Member Michael Julian Bond for this great recognition today. It is truly an honor. While I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, I have made Metro Atlanta my home for over 4 decades. I have particularly appreciated traveling through the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. It has made my movement around the world much easier because of the number and frequency of flights. Whether I'm traveling to Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Europe, Alaska, Australia, New Zealand, LA, Miami, Idaho, Las Vegas, or Canada, the Atlanta airport has made my traveling efficient. I actually had former Mayor Maynard Jackson, one of the visionaries of this world-class airport, pick up my baggage as we chatted, standing side by side. I was truly flattered by his generosity. I also met Julian Bond, father of council member Michael Julian Bond, when he was the commencement speaker at Talladega College at my sister's graduation. Okay. Shirley Franklin, who later became the first woman and 58th mayor of Atlanta, was also a professor there at that time and taught my sister. Okay, and I have enjoyed meeting and observing numerous politicians and leaders here in Atlanta, like Ambassador Andy Young, who have influenced so much goodwill around the world. I really enjoyed working with so many great singers here. Atlanta's Gladys Knight being my favorite. Some I've hired, like Lisa Fisher, who shared a Grammy with Patti LaBelle for her song, How Can I Ease the Pain? Tony Smith, singer of Jamaica Funk with the Tom Brown Band. Peggy Blue, winner of the Star Search TV show's top prize, just to name a few. The first time I came to Atlanta, I was on a tour with Sam Cooke, Jerry Butler, Dionne Warwick, the Coasters, the Drifters, Esther Phillips, Chuck Jackson, lots of Papa, Solomon Burke, and Jimmy Reed. I was only 17 years old at the time. Little did I know while touring with Major Lance that decades later, his daughter, Keisha Lance Bottoms, whom I met at a restaurant here not too long ago, would one day become the 60th mayor of Atlanta. I toured many more times with James Brown and lots of others. I worked at many Fox theaters around the country, but the Atlanta Fox is truly the most beautiful one. I do not know how many of you remember a club called Buckhead Beach on Peachtree Street. I never forgot it because of the Ferris wheel in the window of the club. We only played Buckhead Beach one night, but it certainly was unique and very memorable. I deeply appreciate Councilman Michael Julian Bond for this honor, and I take this opportunity to say thank you to him and my adopted home of Atlanta. I have enjoyed watching Atlanta grow. When I decided to leave New York, my birthplace, I knew only Atlanta would make me feel like I was home.
Good. Anybody here you want to introduce?
I can call, oh gosh, so many. Oh goodness. We tried to organize a museum of sorts for all of the artists
who started this, all the way back to people like Mama Thornton. Gosh, so many great people that are not recognized. And I said, can't we do a museum or something here that commemorate these people that mostly came from the South? Some of them might have been, I mean, I've worked with all the Motown acts, everybody just about, but I've never felt that they would get pushed to the side if someone doesn't do anything. And so we tried. We didn't succeed, but we tried, and we're still gonna try. We got together. I have some of my members here, Cheryl Lynn Paris, whose husband worked for actually Clive Davis at Arista. Okay, she's a wonderful dancer. I said, are you still dancing? She says, yes. I said, I need to be with you. Anyway, and her partner, Gary. And then I have my cousin here who's, he's got 2 PhDs, okay? One from Vanderbilt, one from Duke. He's taught here at Clark. He's taught at Alcorn. I'm trying to think where else. He's very accomplished. And he's always at my house. I love having him. I even actually got him to dance Thanksgiving. And then we have 2 sisters who were with the group Jomondi. I don't know how many of you remember Jomondi. Yes, that's right. And you know, who else is back here? I have my cousin Jean, who worked for the veterans, my niece, who actually was always picked to dance whenever there was a show coming in town. She was an excellent dancer. I hate that she stopped, but she was the best. And then my brother-in-laws and my little nephew here, Hunter. He's the last little one we have in the family. And then we have my brother-in-law also. Peek your head out here. Greg, not Greg, my brother-in-law, I'm sorry, Bud Zaborski. And then we have Jason Patterson, who also worked for the government and was very, very good friends with Hank Aaron and so many of the people here. He's a golfer. I'm not. But anyway, my sister, who has decided to teach in the Atlanta. I kept telling her, you need to be a teacher, be a teacher. And she was like, no. Finally, she became a teacher, and she's excellent. She's an excellent, she retired, and now she's gone back to teaching. And I'll tell you, she gets those kids whipped in line. She starts out right away. One little boy, I remember, says, his mother said, what's your teacher's name? He said, I don't know. But she's mean. She said, I want to keep these kids for 2 years. I don't want 1 year. I have to get them in line and get them ready. So she's been an excellent teacher. And me, I've just traveled all over the world. I guess when I tell people I never went to a prom, because I was always at the show, being the show, so I never got to do that. I went to school with people like Patti LaBelle and, not Patti LaBelle, Patty Duke, Bernadette Peters, Jeffrey, Gregory Hines was our class president. So we all were working kids in school, and we traveled all over the world. So we didn't get a chance to have like proms and that stuff. But we were at the proms. We just weren't part of the proms. We were the show for the proms. And after so many years, over 60 years of traveling, I said, you know what, I think it's time for me to just kind of sit back and enjoy. And my last trip to Australia about 2 years ago, I had the promoter call me again and says, I don't want to come back. It's too long, takes too long, oh my gosh. But he's so sweet. He may talk me into it, but I'm trying to be retired.
No, the music never dies.
Yes, and that's another surprise. People say, why do you think this music has lasted so long? And I said, I actually had one of the fans on the show tell me, it's because it's feel-good music. It makes you feel good. Mm-hmm. So I guess that's why, but I never thought I would be here 60 years later. No.
But you are in your time.
I am, and I'm enjoying retirement only because I've lost so many friends. So many of my friends, and like the Drifters, and I mean, I knew everybody way back when Clyde McFadden was with the Drifters. That's right. Yeah. Benny King, so many people are gone, and I'm saying it's just not the same, you know? Mm-hmm. So, but I did love it while I was there. I was wide-eyed and didn't know anything, but I learned along the way. And so I want to say thank you. I didn't really want to come up here and speak, but as you can see, once I get started, it's hard to stop. So I'm going to say Merry Christmas.
Now, we're getting ready to do what the city council does best, is take a picture right up here. So we're going to move in front of the podium. Everybody can scooch up.
Go.
Just like late night television. Wait, more. Like that lady right there, she got a lick.
What's your official instructor?
That's Mike. He got elected? No. He got elected. Right here. He got elected. She got elected. She got elected.
I did.
Finally, today I'd like to invite Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet up and all of those who are here to honor Shima Fulton to come with us up on the podium.
That's good. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Ain't no more playing GA. Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. Yeah, I've got a project about to work on.
Oh, yeah, who's that?
That's my boy.
Oh, you guys come on over. Hi. How are you? Thank you so much. Are you serious? Everyone come in. Let's get some on this side as well. Do you know who all?
My brothers.
All right. So last but certainly not least, we are honoring Shima Fulton. And most of you all know Ms. Fulton because your bellies were full and because she has really paved the way in entrepreneurship with the best South Metro
restaurant, Baltimore Seafood. And I love it. I go too often, I might add. But so I'm going to read this proclamation first, and then I'm going to introduce her because I want you to know who we're talking about. And it says, in recognition of Shima Fulton, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Shima Fulton, a distinguished native Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, who has demonstrated unparalleled entrepreneurial prowess, emerging from a family lineage of successful entrepreneurs. And whereas Shima's early exposure to the dynamic world of business was shaped by the success of her parents' video business in the late 1970s and 1980s, and whereas in 1994, Shima embraced the transformative opportunity to open a small, quick service restaurant in her hometown, defying the comfort of a secure government career. And whereas the birth of Baltimore Crab and Seafood in 1995 marked the commencement of Shima's entrepreneurial journey, wherein she turned humble beginnings into a $1 million success story within 2 years. And whereas Shima's dedication and business acumen led to the establishment of Baltimore Crab and Seafood Atlanta in 2005, a visionary move that showcased her calculated risk-taking and commitment to excellence. Shima's dedication to sharing knowledge and experience with fellow business owners, her bold, deliberate, and innovative approach to business has positioned her as a powerful businesswoman, consistently developing successful restaurant concepts that appeal to diverse consumers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize her outstanding achievements, unwavering commitment to excellence, and significant contributions to the culinary landscape in Metro Atlanta. May her legacy continue to inspire future entrepreneurs and business leaders. So I want to highlight a few things in that. First of all, today I was told by Isaiah Webb from Therrell High School, he is here today, we did a podcast. He said that I was a community queen. He did, and I know for sure that you are a community queen. So I thank you for all of the dedication. What I love best about this is that you are making sure that you are passing it along. Because shame on anyone that walks through a door and slams it behind them. Judge Hatchett actually spoke about this earlier today, how you lift as you rise. Yes. And so I appreciate that. I know my belly appreciates it. I know so many of your faithful customers. They are regulars. When I walk in, they are there. And it is because you're like Houston's. You know what you're getting, you know it's amazing, and you know the atmosphere is always the same. It's a great vibe, and everything about your restaurant and your concepts, period, is excellence. So thank you so much for allowing us to share with you today. I would like to bring up your family members first, and then we'll hear from Demetrius, and then you.
Hello, everyone. I was not prepared to speak today, but I have to let you guys know Shima is an innovator. She goes against the grain. I first moved here in 2007, and she was my first employer, and I didn't know what Peter Street was, but I definitely learned. And I'm still working with her, and she is, when you hear the word dedication, she is the epitome of dedication. I seen her go from Peter Street to Cascade when there were no restaurants on Cascade. She always goes where everyone tells her no, and she goes. Peter Street, they told her no, it's a success. Unfortunately, Peter Street is no longer here, but she has went from Baltimore Crab and Seafood in Cascade to Bella on Butner Road to Puff and Pedals with her partner, Kay Michelle. She knows everything about a restaurant, from ordering food, liquor, everything. She is a true businesswoman, and she has been a great mentor to me. She let me go to school, she let me work in film and television, and she has always given me job opportunities. She literally has brought me up, and I am forever thankful for her. Try not to cry. But anytime I could call her, she's not just an employer, but she's really like a big sister to me. I could call her for anything, and she's gonna answer and provide. And you guys just don't know. She has given so many people jobs in this community. She is truly building the community for us, and it's truly for us, by us. It's family owned, no corporations. People have tried to buy her out. A lot of people have copied, but she's never been duplicated. And her success speaks to why she has not been duplicated. And her success, I've been here since 2007. Baltimore Crab was open before I got here, and she has opened 5, 6, and other things are in the works. So I just want to give her flowers while she's here and the impromptu speech, but thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I'd like to give God the glory for this festive day. My sister Shima, she had a vision almost 30 years ago. Baltimore Crab. She was actually working with the FBI when she formed the concept. My family, my mother and father, you know, she pushing us, let's start a restaurant. I'm like, we know nothing about the restaurant business. But just for her hard work and determination, and our family, you know, coming from the lineage of entrepreneurs, I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that it would form to this capacity. And I'm so proud of this young woman. She's done a fantastic job in this Atlanta area. And I know my grandmother's smiling down on us today. I love her, and congratulations.
One more, and then we'll get to Demetrius. My sister, Cherry Collier, Dr. Cherry Collier.
So being a native of Atlanta and growing up in District 11, you all know how hard it is to get great food and great service. What I love about Shima is what I call grit and grace. If you've ever seen her at Garden Park, if you've ever been there, she's not just serving you amazing food, she's working. And she is one of those amazing people who, when you see her, she doesn't have to get all the credit. She's just walking gracefully, and she lets the work that she does speak for her. It's so important to be in our community, and I am so delighted that my sister is celebrating you today and your family, because you mean so much to Southwest Atlanta, and thank you for making that place your home. Thank you.
Okay, Demetrius McQuarrie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Demetrius McCray. I'm the Director of Community Engagement. Behind every successful business is a story of hard work, dedication, and resilience. And the Fulton family's restaurant are no exception. These restaurants have not only provided us with delicious food and exceptional service, but they have also become an integral part of the community, fostering a sense of belonging and bringing people together. Since 2005, Shima Fulton and her family have modeled their business as a staple in this community and have become a safe place to visit and to eat. Let's continue supporting this family business. And if you have not tried the smoked kale, you are in for a treat. Thank you, Councilmember Marcy Overstreet, for this recognition of this family. God bless.
And now we will hear from Shima Fulton.
Y'all covered a lot of this. Okay, first and foremost, I would like to thank Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and the City of Atlanta for this honor. In the early 90s, I was working for the FBI in Washington, D.C. headquarters location, and I took a huge chance and decided to open a restaurant in Philadelphia. 10 years later, in 2005, I came to Atlanta to visit a family member, and I was amazed by the potential opportunities that I saw here. I left my restaurant in Philadelphia in the hands of my family, and I found my first location here on Peter Street, which is just a few minutes up the street. All right. Yes, in Castleberry Hill. And at that time, Castleberry Hill was a food desert. It was really nothing going on there. Many years later, it turned into what it is today. I had the opportunity to serve various politicians, community leaders, celebrities, ACU students, tourists, and residents. After purchasing a home in Southwest Atlanta, I quickly noticed that that community was very underserved.
Yes, Lord.
And I thought it was the perfect location for Baltimore Crab and Seafood. So at that time, 2012, I opened on the corner of Cascade and Fairburn Road. We faced many challenges over the years. My biggest was in 2019 when I lost Peter Street in a fire. Currently, I still have Garden Park, which operates in the city of Atlanta. I have Bella Restaurant in South Fulton, which I named after my daughter, Bella. And currently working with Kay Michelle. She's here today. I took time out of her busy schedule to join me. We were partners in her location on Edgewood Avenue, and we'll soon be opening our second location together off of Beaufort Highway. I have to acknowledge my mother and my father, who have stood by me throughout every crazy business venture that I've ever tried, because there have been many. My mother, my father, grandmother, and my brother over the years have all relocated here to Atlanta. 2 weeks ago, my grandmother passed away. We worked so hard. She would have loved to be here today.
She is. And she's proud.
Yes. Atlanta is one of those cities that oftentimes your success is measured by your popularity and your social circle. And I'm grateful that I'm being acknowledged today for my work and not who I know. The city has embraced me and put me in a position to be one of the longest running African American businesses in the city. And I just want to thank everybody again for the acknowledgement.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
And here's some flowers for you too from your tribe. No, thank you. So everyone, let's go forward and take a picture. This is for you here.
And I just want to mention my staff that I didn't even know that they were coming today. I didn't even tell anybody. So I don't know how the word got out, but I do have a very, very small staff that's been, some of them have been with me for 18, 14 years, 8 years. And we make things happen with maybe 15 people out of 3 restaurants. So I appreciate y'all for being here today.
From this time, man. I'm cleaning out today. Yes, sir. Thanks again, man. Yes, sir. What you did. Yes, sir. Beautiful, man. I'll take it to my grave. Do you understand me? Hey, man, we built the population. But back in the day, boy, when I was doing it, we played on them. We played slow. Yeah, play it slow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's slow, one slow. What's going on? I tell you, man, down here, we play it slow. And man, green in that squad. Yeah, it's that big. How you doing? You don't play, man. I know some money in the building. You in the building. Who I need to talk to? Who I need to talk to? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm just waiting on.
Yes. Yes. 3 plus the, yes. So
They want us? They want pictures? No, I was just trying to get myself together. Thank you, you got it. Okay. Thank you.
Need some help in anything? Go this way right here. Mojo, before you leave, let me get a photo with you. Okay.
Reach out anytime.
All right, thank you to everybody who came down to help with our proclamations today. We will now move to our remarks from the public. As a reminder, if you've signed up, you'll have up to 2 minutes for remarks. Unless you have been given time by someone else who signed up, I will try to make sure that I call out everyone's time as they reach the podium. I also do my best to read everybody's name as it's written, but I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, and please do correct the record. We have several folks who want to make remarks today, so I would ask that everybody please stick to time so we can keep moving. First up will be Jacqueline Eccles. Jacqueline Eccles. You'll have up to 2 minutes. Please proceed when you're ready.
Council members, my name is Jacqueline Eccles. I am board president of South River Watershed Alliance. In 1964, when the Civil Rights Act was passed, serving on the Atlanta City Council was limited to white people only. Most assuredly, action taken by a white city council to build a massive police facility in a predominantly black community would have been viewed as an act of racism. The Civil Rights Act, specifically Title VI, protects people, all people, from discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. Just as the siting of the Atlanta Police Training Facility, or Cop City, would have been racist in 1964, it is racist today. The point of this brief history lesson is that an act of racism is the same regardless of the color of the offender or perpetrator. Would you have dared to propose, not to mention build, this massive facility in a white community? You and I both know the answer to that question is no. Black communities and residents impacted by the proposed Cop City facility are not looking for preferential treatment, only equal treatment and protection from race-based discrimination. You have the power, by that I mean the votes, to do the right thing. Do not allow Mayor Dickens' loyalty to be your loyalty. Do not allow Mayor Dickens' conscience to be your conscience. Do not allow Mayor Dickens' values to be your values. Your support for Cop City should not be based on kowtowing to the mayor's and Georgia's conservative leadership's political agenda. Your opposition to the facility should be based on what is right and just and the ongoing 60-year fight of Black Atlanta communities and residents for their civil rights to equal protection under the law and environmental justice. Atlanta City Council members, what is your measure
Time has
of
expired.
right and wrong? It is never too late to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Nedra Deadweiler. Nedra Deadweiler, you have up to 2 minutes.
I have a banner. May I put the banner so that you can see it? Display it so that it can be seen by the city council person?
Can you speak in the mic? I can't hear you.
I have
Sorry.
a banner. Okay. Good afternoon, Council President and members. My name is Nedra Deadweiler. My address is 87 Clay Street, Southeast Atlanta, 30317. Today I stand as a resident of Atlanta along with many other residents and I ask you to exercise your power to stop Cop City and give the land back to itself, to the Muskogee people and the residents of Atlanta. Here is a community banner, a community quilt, a project we started in March of this year. For this project, we held a conversation with groups of people and individuals, intergenerational, interracial, across ages. And we asked them, what is the meaning of community and what do you want for your community? And here is just one of the quilts that is completed. People wrote and they also painted what they desired. So their comments are here. And if you look at the quilt, you'll see some of the responses are love for the community. The world needs to band together to solve climate change, deforestation, pollution, and the textile industry. Isabel, the deeper we get into the climate crisis, more and more people are experiencing extreme impacts such as heat, health, and housing insecurity, just to name a few. A community is one which thrives, is one that looks out for the vulnerable community, those in the community, and ensures energy equity for all. Saranya. Sophia painting was meant to show how one person's love can change how other people feel. It just takes one person to make others feel safe, and that everyone else will follow. Yasmin would like community gardens. Tristan is interested in transit. And for that people feel more connected within their community, and connection, care, mutual aid, accountability, it goes on and on and on. And as you can see, the panels are surrounded by Adinkra symbols, West African symbols that connotes a blessing, and it's buffered by the foundation of love, security that
Time has
comes
expired.
from love, as well as creativity.
Thank you. Next will be Violet Von Hanna. Violet Von Hanna, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hi, my name is Violet, and I came here to speak for the trees. I really connect with the Earth Steward and Water Protector pledge in the book We Are Water Protectors by Carol Lindstrom. I want to share it with you. I will do my best to honor Mother Earth and all its living beings, including the water and land. I will always remember to treat the earth as I would like to be treated. I will treat the winged ones, the crawling ones, the four-legged, the two-legged, the plants, trees, river, lakes, the earth, with kindness and respect. I pledge to make this world a better place by being a steward of the earth and a protector of the water. Next, I'm going to read my poem again. Save Vellani by Violet. There is a magical forest. It is magic swirling all around, with plants and mushrooms to learn about. Animals, bugs, and discoveries abound. The police don't like this forest. They want more power. They want to make us cower. Said no more playing here so we can clear the trees and pioneer a city of fear. Friends of the forest said no. They came in droves. We gathered, played, and planted. Some friends even made the forest their home. This made the police angry. They attacked the forest time and time again. Then a loved one was killed, Manuel Tortuguita Paez Terán. We've occupied, called in, and marched, wrote letters, and shouted in the streets. Don't cut down the trees. Mayor Dickens, listen to what we really need. Solidarity and awareness growing, more friends coming and going. To defend the Atlanta forest, no Cop City here or anywhere. Please save Volani, stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next up will be Azu, AZU. You have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, I'm Azu, and I'm here to read We Are Water Protectors, written by Carol Lindstrom and illustrated by Michaela Goad. Water is the first medicine, Nicomas told me. We come from water. It nourished us inside our mother's body, as it nourishes us here on Mother Earth. Water is sacred, she said. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. The river's rhythm runs through my veins, runs through my people's veins. My people talk of a black snake that will destroy the land, spoil the water, poison plants and animals, wreck everything in its path. When my people first spoke of the black snake, they foretold that it wouldn't come for many, many years. Now the black snake is here. Its venom burns the land, courses through the water, making it unfit to drink. Take courage. I must keep the black snake away from my village's water. I must rally my people together. To fight, to stand for the water, to stand for the land, to stand as one against the black snake. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. It will not be easy. We fight for those who cannot fight for themselves, the winged ones, the crawling ones. The four-legged, the two-legged, the plants, trees, rivers, lakes, the earth. We are all related. Tears like waterfalls stream down, tracks down my face, tracks down my people's faces. Water has its own spirit, Nicomas told me. Water is alive. Water remembers our ancestors who came before us, she said. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. We are stewards of the earth. Our spirits have not been broken. We are water protectors. We stand. The black snake is in for the fight of its life. And now, I will repeat the Earth Steward and Water Protector Pledge that Violet said. I will do my best to honor Mother Earth and all its living beings, including the water and land. I will always remember to treat the earth as I would like to be treated. I will treat the winged ones, the crawling ones, the four-legged, the two-legged, the plants, trees, rivers, lakes, the earth, with kindness and respect. I pledge to make this world a better place by being a steward of the earth and a protector of the water.
Thank you. Next will be Ayana B. Ayana B., you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi. I hope you take lesson from these stories, one being Ani and the tree huggers. This is based on a true story, actually. And because of this movement, today councils meet within most villages to decide how many trees can be cut without endangering the land and those who live there. Ani set down the basket of brown nuts she'd been gathering and sat beneath her favorite tree. Every day, at least once, she leaned gratefully against its thick, rough trunk. Here she had daydreams too large to fit in her family's crowded hut, where crying babies, her grandfather's complaints, and her sister's gossip drowned out the sounds of her own thinking. Ani crushed a red berry to make a red spot on her forehead like her mother's. She was weaving grass around her ankle, like the silver bracelets married women wore, when she heard rumbling and roaring. The sound was as angry as a tiger's growl. It was louder than the thunder that seemed like the stormy voice of the snow-capped mountains. Ani glanced at the Himalayas, but the noise was not coming from that snowy home of the spirits. As the grinding and gnashing grew louder, Ani sprang up. She knocked over her basket of nuts as she ran toward home. Her mother was not in their hut or in the yard. Her father and the other men were in a distant field, cutting stalks of rice. Ani ran to the river and found her mother filling a jug with water. "Mother, can you hear the noise?" Ani cried. Her mother put down the jug and listened. A woman beside her stopped whisking the sari she was washing through the water. Several women, some with babies bouncing on their backs, rushed toward them.
My name is Heather Hale. Okay. Ani's mother.
Start the clock over.
Okay, maybe I'll get the extra time. Ani's mother looked past the smoke that curled.
Sorry, you're Heather. You're the next speaker.
I am
2
Heather.
minutes for
Sorry
Heather.
about that.
Sorry about that. That's Heather H. She's the next speaker. She'll have up to 2 minutes.
Ani's mother looked past the smoke that curled between the tree trunks. "It's a truck," she told Ani, "a gigantic and swift cart." The other women had reached them. "It is as we had heard from the forest runners," Kalavati said. Everyone turned to listen respectfully, since Kalavati was the oldest person in the village. "The men from the city have come to take the woods." Ani's mother frowned. "But the forest has always been here. Our people have always been here." "The men from the city will say that we don't own it. We don't have papers," Kalavati said. That's what they said. That's what they told them in the other village. The rumbling had stopped. Ani lifted the hem of her sari and ran toward the place that had just turned silent. She sped past the rice fields, where the men carried sheaves of rice on their backs like golden capes. Ani's mother and the other women dropped their baskets and pots and hurried behind her. The silver bracelets on their wrists and ankles jangled. They stopped when they saw the truck. Several men swung axes. One held a tool with jagged and sharp steel teeth. Namaste. Ani and the women put their hands together, prayer-like, and bowed their heads. The men continued to swing their silver axes at the bottoms of small trees. The metal first broke the bark. The gashes grew wider. One man pushed a broken tree. It thudded to the ground. Ani's mother covered her mouth. New speaker.
Deborah K.
Deborah Gazito.
Deborah K. Yes.
Yeah.
You have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. "Stop," Kalavati cried. A man pulled the chain of a saw. The grinding noise was shrill, but Kalavati spoke loudly. "The trees give us their fruit and berries. Their wood provides our houses and our plows and hoes. The roots keep the land from sliding when the heavy winds and rain come off the mountains." The men continued to swing axes. The swaying and buckling branches let Ani see the wind, and the wind let her see spirits. A man with an axe seemed only to touch a tree, and it crashed down. Kalavati ran toward this man. "Kalavati, stop," the women called. Kalavati cried for the man's axe. The man pushed Kalavati, and she tumbled. "Get out of the way," yelled the men. "We use these branches for our fires," Kalavati said. "We need them to cook our food and warm our homes." Another man waved a piece of paper. "We've got orders." Already you've cut more than we cut in a year, Kalavati said. Animals live among these trees. Where can they go? Another man with an axe brushed past Kalavati. He walked by Ani's basket and nuts, close to the tree that Ani sat beneath every day. Ani ran toward him. Come back, her mother called. Ani threw her arms around the tree. She pressed herself against it. The man and his axe were at her back. How easily that axe pierced the bark.
Lorraine Fontana, you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. The red tikas on the women's forehands made bright spots in the forest. The men had put down their axes and were whispering. Then one of them said, "Please go home." "This is our home," says Kalavati. "We will give you 1,000 rupees just to leave," he replied. Ani thought about what 1,000 rupees might buy. A goat so that they wouldn't have to carry kindling on their backs. It could buy new scythes for cutting rice and enough tea and sugar to last for years. "No," said Kalavati. "We don't need 1,000 rupees. We need the trees." Once again, Ani and the women clasped their arms around the trees. Ani didn't move until she heard the rumble of the trucks, first loud, then fainter. Rustling leaves and rattling branches again filled the forest with their music. Ani dropped her arms from the tree. Namaste. Peace was what they wished for everyone who came and left. "What did you think you were doing?" Ani's mother asked. "I was so afraid." "I was afraid too," Ani said. Kalavati started dancing. Another woman bounced her baby. Overhead, birds flew from tree to tree. Someone began to chant. Ani looked at the great range of mountains and whispered a prayer to the goddess mother of the world. The trees are safe now. Everyone was safe. Everyone in that story was safe. It's just so sad to me that the people on the Atlanta City Council and government here and in DeKalb County weren't the kind of people who could stop the clear cutting that happened to a lot of the Luolani forest.
Thank you. Next will be Louise Jarrett, or Louise Jarrett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Luis. I am 9 years old, and I am here to speak for the trees. The trees can't defend themselves, so I will. And I'm not alone. There are millions of us. We stand with the trees. It's pretty obvious. Don't tear me down. The trees are saying, don't tear me down. We've got to save the forest. You've torn down too many trees already. No trees, no fresh air. No fresh air, no people. The future depends on what happens now. My future depends on what happens now.
Thank you. Next will be Sydney Battles. Next will be Sydney Battles. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi. Sorry, Hi, my name is Cindy Battles. I am the Policy and Engagement Director for the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda. And interestingly enough, I have walked over from the Capitol where power and systems of power are being used to undermine the will of the people and disenfranchise voters to plead with you, the council members, for a city with the legacy of leading in the civil rights movement to not use power and systems of power to silence the will of people and disenfranchise voters. Democracy is under attack on every level. Why in the world is it under attack in the city of Atlanta, Georgia? Where are the leaders fighting for the right of the people to use their voice to make decisions in how they are governed? I don't understand the fight to keep this off the ballot when I personally have been told by several of you and the mayor's office that the people of Atlanta support this training center in this particular location. I do find it interesting that a number of people who don't want it built in their neighborhood say that people in the other neighborhood, well, you know what, we'll save that conversation for another day. I want to keep time. We urge you to vote yes on the proposal that Councilwoman Liliana Victoria is going to be introducing today to make sure that the petitions are processed and that this is on the ballot. We cannot continue to decry the disenfranchisement of voters that we are seeing on a state level if we on a city level continue to do the same thing. Please do the right thing.
Thank you. Next will be Lisa McGee. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lisa McGee. I'm a resident of Grant Park. I will be reading from Abolition is Love. Today is August 10th, Prisoners' Justice Day. We are getting ready for the rally, painting signs, and working on banners. I'm learning about abolition. Papa says abolition is love. It's a way of dreaming about the future and making sure that we all get to be free. Daddy says abolition means getting rid of prisons and police and systems that hurt our people, like racism and ableism. They both say that abolition is how we are going to get free and what we will do together when we are free. Abolition is like planting a bunch of seeds and watering them to make sure they grow. Abolition means love and care and taking care of each other even when we make mistakes. I'm helping Papa make an accessible park in our community, what we should be doing. Making safe spaces for us all to gather is part of abolition. He says that when we make sure we are all planned for, we are all anticipated. That is abolition. Sometimes abolition means learning to work through conflict. My Auntie Jessica came to visit and brought my annoying cousin Curtis with her. We got into a big fight, and when he spilled my prized collection of rainbow loom bracelets all over the floor, Auntie Jessica came and told us we need to solve our conflict together with love. She asked if what happened was a big problem or a little problem. We had to sit down together at the craft table and draw a chart of problems. Big problems were big bars colored in red and were big things that were hard or scary or dangerous. We drew different size problems from big down to tiny. Okay, now was knocking over the bracelets the biggest problem ever? Was it a medium-sized problem or a little problem? From the other room, Papa chimed in, I know. Shush, Auntie Jessica said, waiting for us to think about it ourselves. Maybe a medium problem because I really like those
Time has
bracelets.
expired. Next up will be Temperance B. You have up to 2 minutes.
All right. Okay. Zoom back a bit. Okay. Now, was knocking over the bracelets the biggest problem ever? Was it a medium-sized problem or a little problem? From the other room, Papa chimed in. I know. Shush, Auntie Jessica said, waiting for us to think about it ourselves. Maybe a medium problem because I really like those bracelets, but maybe a little problem because none of them were hurt, I offered. Under his breath, Curtis said, seems like a tiny problem to me. We both smiled. Auntie Jessica smiled too. Auntie Jessica helped us make a plan to share our toys and the room. Feeling heard and having our needs met is abolition, and abolition is love. On Sunday, my daddy took me to visit Uncle Mark at the jail. We had to take 3 buses, and I packed some drawings in my backpack to show him. When we got there, we had to be sniffed down by a scary dog. I love seeing Uncle Mark, but I hate going to jail. Daddy says in the future we won't have to visit anyone in prison because we will all be free. He says we will respond to conflict, crisis, and harm in better ways. There will be no prisons in the future, Daddy says. Sometimes abolition looks like sharing. Hey, look, they're all sharing. My friend Miata's mom lost her job, and they might lose their home too. We're working together as a community to keep the rent paid and to keep them housed until she can find more work. Miata's mom says this is part of abolition too, making sure that we all make it. At Freedom School, we are learning about Black August, which was started by prisoners and is a time to learn about Black justice and liberation and history. My teacher says this is abolition, carrying on the traditions of prisoners and making sure that we each one teach one. The Black Panthers had the idea that when you know something, you have a responsibility to pass the knowledge on. Keep it going. I get to hold my own candle at Prisoners Justice Day this year.
Time has expired. You have up to 2 minutes.
I get to hold my own candle at Prisoners Justice Day this year. Papa and Daddy say I'm old enough. Tonight we will read the names of the people who have been hurt by prisons, and we promise to meet every year until all prisoners are free. In the meantime, we work together to water the seeds of abolition. We plant gardens and build community centers. We create housing and programs that support communities. And we turn to each other when problems happen and work through them together. We will help each other to get free all the way to abolition. Because abolition is love, and in the future, we will all be free. I have a couple things to say. A lot of people in our generation are scared to have kids, not because they don't respect a family unit or don't want kids. A lot of us are scared to have kids because of the future that they'd be growing up in. A future where people care more about police and control and beating people down than lifting them up. And education is so underfunded. I have many friends that are teachers and they are beat down on a daily basis. They are disrespected by parents, by their students, by administration, and they are blamed for it. This is not a world that I want to bring children into or that many others want to bring children into, but I want to build a world where we do want to bring children into it because I love kids. I wanted to be a teacher until every single teacher I knew told me that I should run far away because I would not be respected a day in my life. We need to fund education, defund the police, and lift each other up instead of tearing each other into the ground, shooting each other, throwing tear gas on peaceful protesters, planting trees in the forest. It is time for the government to listen to the people instead of silencing them.
Thank you. Next will be Michael. Next will be Michael. Nope. Then next will be Magdalena. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Got it. Run wild. Hey you, sky's blue, forget your shoes, open that door, and Sprout, you're out, chase the wind, can you grab it? Go ahead, race a rabbit, crunch, crack, twig, snap. Squeak clean, who cares about that? Squish, squirm, fiddlehead fern, meet a beetle, talk to worms. Run one, run, wild, wild, all day long the sun's gonna smile. Are you brave? Come on, explore. Grr, grizzly roar, faster feet on to the shore. Hot, hot, burning sand, ah, cool, hello clam. Take a breath, 1, 2, 3, be a fish in the salty sea. Now up for air, just float there. Waves rolling, daydreams flowing, what's next, you wonder? Crash, boom, thunder, run wild, some days the sun won't smile. Rain dumps, there'll be slippery slumps, bruises, bumps, and rotten stumps. Ugh, slug. Are you okay? I think so. Come on, then let's keep going. Breeze blowing, sunset glowing. Ow, moon's gonna smile, run wild.
Thank you. Next will be Margaret Spalding. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
I'll be reading Be a Good Ancestor by Leona Price and Gabriel Prince, illustrated by Carla Joseph, and lended to me by Ariana Brazier. Be a good ancestor with water. Raindrops become puddles, puddles become streams, streams become rivers, and rivers become life. Be a good ancestor with the land. Seeds become seedlings, seedlings become trees, trees become forests, and forests become oxygen. Be a good ancestor with living things that fly. Eggs become hatchlings, hatchlings become fledglings, fledglings become eagles, and eagles become iconic. Be a good ancestor with living things that swim. Eggs become fry, fry become elevens, elevens become sockeyes, and sockeyes become nourishment. Be a good ancestor with living things that walk. Newborns become cubs, cubs become young bears become grizzlies, grizzlies become balance. Be a good ancestor with your neighbors. Neighbors become friends, friends become communities, communities become nations, and nations become allies. Be a good ancestor with your thoughts. Thoughts become ideas, ideas become actions, actions become movements, and movements become change. Be a good ancestor with your words. Words become expressions. Expressions become stories. Stories become narratives, and narratives become truth. Be a good ancestor with your feelings. Feelings become compassion. Compassion becomes understanding. Understanding becomes beliefs, and beliefs become values. Be a good ancestor with yourself. Children become adults. Adults become leaders, leaders become elders, and elders become ancestors.
Be a good ancestor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mo Wisdom. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, y'all. Today I'm going to be reading I Have a Right to Be a Child by Elaine Serez. I am a child with eyes, hands, a voice, a heart, and rights. I have the right to a first name, a last name, a family that smiles at me, and a country that I can call my home. I have the right to have enough food to eat and water to drink so that I can grow. My favorite thing is an orange. You can eat it or drink its juice. I have the right to live under a roof, to be warm, but not too hot, not to be poor, and to have just enough of what I need, not more. I have the right to be cured with the best medicines that were ever invented, and to run and jump and climb and shout. It's so wonderful to feel good. I have the right to go to school without having to pay, so that I can learn how birds and planes or poppy seeds fly. I have the same rights whether I am a girl or a boy. Boys and girls love to sing the same songs. I have the right to be helped by my parents, my friends, and my country. If my body doesn't work as well as other children's, I have the right to be free from any kind of violence, and no one has the right to take advantage of me because I am a child. No one. I have the right to go to school and to refuse to go to work. I choose a job when I've learned everything I want to know. I have the right to be protected by adults and to be sheltered from disasters under a great big umbrella, whether there's too much rain or because of other sad things. I have the right never to experience the storm of war or the thunder of weapons. I am afraid of guided missiles and smart bombs. I have the right to play, to create, to imagine, to make faces, and to leap around, and also to have friends, because dancing alone isn't very much fun. I have the right to learn about friendship, peace, and respect for our planet, for each human being who lives on it, for each animal that inhabits it, for each plant that nourishes it. I have the right to express myself completely freely, to say what I truly think about everything, even if it doesn't always please my dad, to say exactly how I feel, even if it doesn't always please my mom. I have the right to all these rights just because I am a child, especially if I live in one of the 193 states in the world that have agreed to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. When will all children everywhere really have their rights respected? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? In 20 years? We need our rights respected now, today, because it is right now, today, that we are children.
Thank you. Thank you. Next will be Akvi McCann. Sorry if I mispronounced that. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Akri Mackham, and this is Lassiter. And this is a squirrel that someone gave us. And we are going to read Lala's Words by Gracie Zhang. Hot, hot, hot. The sidewalks steamed and the sun hung heavy in the sky. Everyone was still. Lala was not. Lala jumped and ran, tripped and fell. Lala was sweaty and her clothes always torn. Lala, stay still, her mother said. What child is as rough as you? Lala didn't know, but she did know she liked to go outside. Past Mr. Piatek with his radio, around the corner, down the block. Over the fence, in a patch of dirt and concrete, grew short green weeds and leaves, a place of Lala's own. Hello, hello, friends, Lala whispered. Every morning, Lala ran to her garden. Through the heat, she carried a pot of water, but it was her kind words that made the plants sway and nod. You are stripy and lovely, said Lala. Stop playing with weeds and leaves, you're covered in dirt, cried her mother. Grow strong and tall, my friends, said Lala. Be still and quiet, said her mother. You are so very special, sighed Lala. On the hottest day of summer, Lala's mother had had enough. No more, Lala. No more jibber jabber in dirt and grass. Today you are staying at home. Lala cried and cried. Who would visit her little friends?
Time has expired. Lassiter, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. And she cannot read yet, so I'm going to read for her, if that's okay. Is that okay with you, Lassiter? I'm going to read for you. Is that okay? Okay. So Lala stayed inside, out from the melting heat. From the window, she counted buses wheezing past, listened to Mr. Piatek hum with his radio, and waved politely when Rosie passed by with their groceries. Throughout the day, she whispered softly, "Hello, hello, friends." At night, the moon rose like a bright eye. Out her window, Lala whispered to her plants, "Good night, my friends. I love you very much." The next morning, the sun didn't burn so strong. It was cool, 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 and breezy under a great big shade. Hector was the first to see. When he looked out his window, he whistled long and hard. Well, look at that. Lala's friends had grown strong and tall. So strong and tall, they covered Lala and her neighbors like a fountain under the sun. They had been listening every day that summer. So deeply, they listened to Lala's words, They had come to find her through the warm night air. Magnificent, my magnificent friends, cried Lala. Lala ran down the stairs. Her mother was staring out the door. Oh, Lala, you are so very special. Her mother held her close and tight, and Lala felt warm inside. I love you, my amazing girl. Go out and play. And Lala did. The end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Priscilla Smith. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
This is a cautionary tale. I thought we lived in a city in the forest, but it looks like we're trying to make that not happen. I'm reading a wonderful book called The Digger and the Flower by Joseph Kefler. And at the end of the story, I want you to identify my leaves. Anybody know what kind of tree this is supposed to be? If you don't, you should.
It was morning, and the big trucks were ready to work.
Let's hoist, said Crane.
Let's push,
said Dozier. Let's dig, said Digger. Together, they built tall buildings for working. They built roads for driving and bridges for crossing. They built and built and built until a loud whistle blew. I'm big, said Crane.
Me too,
said Dozier. The other big trucks took a break, but Digger did not. He had found something in the rubble. Hello there, he said. The flower was tiny, but it was beautiful. Every day, while the other big trucks built, Digger visited the flower. He watered it when its leaves looked dry, he shielded it on windy days, and just before he switched off for the night, Digger sang the flower a bedtime song. The flower grew, but the city grew too. Soon, every space had been filled. Every space but one. We need to put a building here, said Crane, or a public safety training center. Dozier started his engine. Before Digger could stop him, before 116,000 signatures could not be acknowledged. Dozier blew a big puff of smoke and cut the flower down. Then the other big trucks went back to work, but Digger did not. When the smoke cleared, Digger saw something in the rubble. Little seeds, he said. He scooped them up and drove. He drove past the tall buildings, past the farthest house on the farthest street. He drove to a place no big truck had ever been. There, Digger stopped. He dug and scooped and tucked the seeds into the warm earth. And every day Digger cared for the seeds. He watered them when their leaves looked dry. He shielded them on windy days. And just before he switched off for the night, Digger sang the flowers a bedtime song. Thought we lived in a city in the forest proudly. Why, when we have relegated the forest to the edges of the city? Why, when the city of Atlanta has regulation about community engagement, within its jurisdiction. Why is property that's outside of this jurisdiction but owned by the city of Atlanta, why is that not also subject to community input?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Laura Kearns. Next will be Lauren Kearns. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'll be reading from the book Save Weelaunee by Violet. There is a magical forest. It has magic swirling all around, with plants and mushrooms to learn about. Animals, bugs, and discoveries abound. The police don't like this forest. They want more power. They want to make us cower. Said no more playing here, so we can clear the trees and pioneer a city of fear. Friends of the forest said, no. They came in droves. We gathered, we played, and we planted. Some friends even made the forest their home. This made the police angry. They attacked the forest time and time again. Then a loved one was killed, Manuel Tortuguita Paez Terán. We occupied, we called in, and we marched. We wrote letters, and we shouted in the streets. Don't cut down the trees. Don't cut down the trees. Mayor Dickens, listen to what we really need. Solidarity and awareness growing, more friends coming and going to save the Atlanta forest. No cop city here or anywhere. Please save Weelaunee. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Sasha Van Hanna. Sasha Van Hanna, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi. All right. We're going to share a prayer for all our children, a group poem by the participants in the They Have Already Learned to Dream of Dying, Audre Lorde, and an Intergenerational Imperative for Peace, shared by Alexis Pauline Gumbs. Like Audre Lorde shared in 1979, I'm speaking here not only about those children we may have mothered and fathered ourselves, but about all our children together, for they are our responsibility and our joint hope. May our children play at the edges of the world that was. May our children play a new world into existence. May our children play undulled by the sharp edges of the world. May our children play with the skulls they are given until they are not skulls anymore. May our children play with flowers, with grief. May our children play with their dreaming. May our children play in the light of the amethyst crystals. May our children play beneath the light of the full moon. May our children play in the web we are always spinning together. May our children play until their hearts are full. May our children play amongst kittens running. May our children play in the most gentle of tenderness. May our children play brightly and safely. May our children play without fears, without borders. May our children play without shame. May our children play without any forced gender determining how they play. May our children play in safety and amidst abundance. May our children play fearlessly. May our children play without being seen as a threat. May our children play outdoors in the rain. May our children play past sundown. May our children play up Middle Oak, White Holler. May our children play loudly. May our children play with abandon. And may our children play every string, beat every drum, and sing aloud every sound that arises within them.
Thank you. Next will be Ariana Brazier. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
May our children play with their voices and loudly.
May our children play alongside all of the brightest colors. May our children play the songs we dreamed we could. May our children play their way into the world we dreamed for them. May our children play held in community. May our children play with self-permission, knowing it is core to power. May our children play knowing they are whole, magical, and loved. May our children play knowing the world is abundant and built for them. May our children play in safety and creative abandon. May our children play imaginatively and without limitation. May our children play back havers abundant around them. May our children play and remind us of who we are, not who we've been conditioned to be. May our children play in the roots of our trees while they are simultaneously lifted into the branches, warmed by the sun. May our children play with each other, having learned or having taught us love across differences. May our children play in co-creation with all of our relations, catching sounds, songs, and rhythms that connect us all in consciousness and joy. May our children play into this intergalactic moment that transcends all timelines, in the heavenly spiderweb of our ancestral prayer, and the healing balm of their own future dreams. May our children play with the impossibility of ease. May our children play like flowers, flying freely in the wind. May our children play and remember, and remember, and remember, and remember. May our children play unendingly. May our children play with us. May our children play within us. May our children play as children. May our children still play when they are elders. May our children play so that we may remember that once we were all children, and our elders prayed for us to play. May our children play, play, play. May our children play. And with the time I have left, I feel it is important to note how utterly disappointing and violently disturbing it is to know that the city council couldn't care enough to be present in numbers within their own meeting, and how vile it is to witness literally the voices of your city's children go ignored. There are 40 children in here, and they're not. You all are not present for them. It is utterly vile to witness the voices of your city's children go ignored by you all, the representatives of these people, the representatives, the safekeepers, supposedly the gatekeepers of their futures. You all aren't in here listening, even now, Overstreet, but I heard them, and their echoes will be heard throughout this building. No trees, no peace. 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 Stop Cop City. 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 Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Giovanni Serrano. Giovanni Serrano. No. Next will be Oscar Morales. Oscar Trevino. Kelsey Smoot. Kelsey. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
The following speech was given on November 9th at a rally to free Palestine on Georgia State University's campus by Dr. Ariana Brazier. So I'm just going to share that speech. I am Dr. Ariana Brazier, a Black queer mom and Decatur resident. I obsess over the connections between Gilley, Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, and Atlanta's Cop City. I scroll through Twitter each night, gasping for breath as I witness dead children and babies strewn across my Twitter feed. I consider what their lives would be like if allowed to live. Specifically, I wonder about how they would play and the parallels between their games and my own toddlers. I think about how their brown bodies and his Black body are born with freedom reverberating through their senses. Then they become subject to a schema that allows for the violent conditions of poor Black neighborhoods. There is a connection between ghettos and Gaza. Both are consequences of a militarized state and defined by deprivation. I know that the state ensures its own survival by attempting to eradicate children at play. The state must continually sanction death-dealing policies that will maintain confinement and make sure children never grow up. We must not only bear witness to the struggles of these children, but we must stop Cop City and all ideologies that promote genocidal violence here and throughout the world. That said, we must abolish the police and abolish Gilley. Committing to the work of abolition is the only means of guaranteeing safety for you, for our children, for all of us. The only way we can guarantee the freedom of play in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Margie McLeod. Margie McLeod, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. That's beautiful. The children, I love you. You do beautiful painting. Be blessed. Hey, I'm back again. Yes, Overstreet, I'm back again. 2 Peace Street. I got a problem. Because people's calling me. They are not helping the people. You say one stop, I'm getting phone calls. They're not doing it. You don't have enough housing. You got $5 billion, money came in, but you don't have no housing. So they can't not help the people. I had one person came, just called me. She said, Miss Margie, I came down here at City Hall. They told me to go to 2 Peace Street. That's what I'm telling everybody, go to 2 Peace Street, because you say it's a one-stop shop. But guess what? They can't help them, because you know why? They don't have housing. And one lady told me, I don't have a job. If I don't have a job, I don't have no income, they can't help me. So if you got $5 billion for housing, where's the housing? Then also, they have to have a job. The people don't have jobs. Some don't have jobs. She went to Gateway, and she on the waiting list. It's a waiting list. And she want her energy. All the agency out here, I want to know why are you not paying these people bills, utility bills. Some of them is not. Her lights got turned on. She's on a waiting list at Gateway. You don't have the housing. And she say, y'all put it on TV. I had hope. I don't have hope because I went down to Peace Street. You don't have the system. You're sending me somewhere else. You're sending me somewhere else. And in the agency, y'all need to monitor some of the agency because what they doing with this money? Why should I give you money when you are not paying these people utility? Are you not paying housing assistance? I will have them to call you. And Shook, wake up.
Time has expired.
Okay? Wake up.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Ron Shakur. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Cut down forest.
Yeah, Ron Shakur, Southwest Atlanta. Wow. I was reminded a little while ago of a man named Arthur Ashe. And I was reminded that this African American became a worldwide champion in tennis. I was reminded that a city council person named Marvin Arrington played a golf match with Mr. Ashe. This was done at a school which is part of my conversation about housing and how people live and where people grow and where people come from. The housing of that housed mothers and fathers who sent their children to Grady High School, East Atlanta, Mays, Archer, Washington, Farrell, Price, and others, Carver. These mothers and fathers and parents, mothers and fathers and children who occupied these neighborhoods made a difference in this city. They grew up to be doctors and lawyers, police officers. They mix and match with our children from different areas who met each other at the swimming pools or at the state parks or elected on city council. Atlanta matters. Neighborhoods matters. Housing matters. The fact is that we don't seem to realize that it's the housing stock that create children and families in institutions and great schools and great futures is being pushed out of the city of Atlanta. Parks where people congregate and meet each other, whether it's not as baseball, basketball, or tennis, need to matter in Atlanta. It needs the funding, it needs relationships with Fulton County to make sure that this geographical area called Atlanta is safe and is prospering. I'm really concerned here that we are not working together. And we need to realize that Maynard Jackson was elected. He wasn't elected, staying just from empty neighborhoods. He was elected from housing. A lot of them was public housing. I believe I count about 9 or 12 public housing in the city of Atlanta. And a lot of them are not there no more. They've been demolished. The fact is, public housing matter, affordable housing matter, and the people you sit next to or the people that you see every day, they was connected with public housing. Our armed forces, our military, whether in the air or the ground, our police officers, they had friends and mothers and fathers and uncles who came from Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, New York, Buffalo, Chicago, from rural country land, and they found affordable housing. And some of them ran for office, and they were elected to sit next to you today. And there's some who not only sit next to you, but they operate on you. They pick you up. Atlanta must understand of Maynard Jackson. He understands the beauty of the necessity and the opportunity of having votes to get a seat. And I don't think that we're paying enough attention to these opportunities of freedom. Today we look at the news and we see bombings of cities. Think about that now. I was in high school and I heard cries of stop the bombing, stop spreading the war to Cambodia, the Vietnam War. My cousins and uncles was coming back from that war. It wasn't a beautiful thing. But today, we see war, and a lot of the guns and missiles have on the side of it and printed in it, made in America, USA. Right. The fact that we have TVs and we see this kind of destruction, and we see our favorite son, our favorite daughter, the state of Israel, and the bombs are coming out of those planes with our print on them. I just wonder, what would Martin Luther King be doing today in Atlanta, Georgia, if he was watching cities and towns being bombed in Libya, not Libya, in Beirut, Kastam? What would he say? What would his voice speak of? Would he care? Does it really matter? Yes, it does matter. Atlanta is a place where people have stood up and led the nation in the country, in other countries. So let's not shrink away from that responsibility, that readiness to stand up and speak the voice of Martin Luther King, of Andrew Young, and other leaders. The time is that we are all voted, those who sitting here today are voted in. Let's use your vote to remember the fathers and the forefathers that came before you. And let's remember that we should be voting for peace, and we should be voting for opportunity, and we should be voting for justice. And you can make a difference, and you have to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kevin Warren. Kevin Warren. Kevin Warren. Okay. Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Came down to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Whosoever rewardeth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. Proverbs 17, chapter 13, verse. First, there is a legitimate righteous indignation against sin. God had possessed this attribute, and Jesus indirectly commanded it when he instructed the disciples to pray. James Griff, I asked Jesus forgiveness for giving you a chance you didn't deserve. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God's service. St. John 16, chapter 2nd verse. Stephen's prayer demonstrates that he was speaking the truth in love, not in malice. To shew forth your power will bring death, but to shew forth Jesus' power will give life. Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit. Jeremiah 7, chapter 8 verse. False prophets are easily identified. They speak in God's name, but give a message contrary to his revealed word. Let Jesus' word live in us. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house up on the sand. Matthew 7, chapter 26 verse. He must both hear and do what Jesus has said. Christ give us power to obey Jesus and disobey Satan. When you disobey the word of God, you're falling on sinking sand because the word of God said it. God is a just God, and God pay back sin with destruction. It's a promise from his word. He said, be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. If he reap to the flesh, he shall reap destruction, corruption. If he reap to the Spirit of Christ, he shall reap life everlasting. God can't lie.
Thank you. Next will be Robin Mazik. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this difficult and emotional topic. I am here to follow up on the status of Darius Scott and the case. I was here about my nephew's murder, and we have not heard anything, and we're still trying to get information to see what's being done. We have been waiting patiently, and we're very frustrated, and there's been no action, none at all. The Atlanta homicide team is a proud team from what we've been told. In my hands, I have an article from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that says, well, this article is from May 22nd, after Darius' murder. It titles that Atlanta homicide detective is combat the city's deadly surge, and it's supposed to be a pinnacle source, and Woolfolk is the detective, and he's supposed to be top notch. And when he showed up on the scene of Darius's case, he was there. And they used the word pinnacle. So in the sense of pinnacle, he's supposed to be the best, the greatest. While I was there that night, that's not what we received. When the officer that was on the scene, when he spoke to me, he didn't give me that. He didn't give my sister that. We received less than pinnacle. What I received that night when I asked him what was going on, what happened, he gave me rudeness.
Time has expired.
That's what he gave to me. I understand the time has expired.
Time has
but
expired.
we need to know what is going on with this case. Somebody needs to tell us something.
Thank you.
Because
Time
we've
has expired.
been here. Somebody need to tell us
I'm
something.
sorry, we have to respect the time to be
I
fair to everyone.
understand the time has expired.
Thank
We've
you.
been waiting for
It's
over
not up to
a
me,
year.
it's the rules of council.
Longer than a year.
Thank you.
Can someone talk to us and give us some type of information? We have nothing. Do you know how it
Thank
feels
you.
to
Your
just
time has
sit and
expired.
grieve and
I'm
have
sorry,
no
but your time has
information at
expired.
all?
I'm sure the council members will be willing to speak to you. Thank you. Next will be Catalina Scott. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm Catalina Scott, Darius's mom. I came before your Public Safety Council a couple of weeks ago. My family played the 911 call for you, where you could clearly hear the woman say, "The man shot my son in the head." And yet, the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit continues to tell me that he murdered himself. I have brought to you receipts. The 911 call, there exists body-worn camera, and it is quite clear that my son is not accountable for his own death. I sent you all emails. I've not received any responses. I'm looking for answers to my son's murder. It is not a suicide, and I do not understand how Atlanta Police Department can continue to insist that it is. There is a quote by St. Augustine, and it says, "The truth is like a lion. You do not need to defend it. Let it loose, and it will defend itself." The truth is, my son was murdered. The lie is, he committed suicide. And as the Council of Atlanta City, I am asking you all to make the police department do the job they're hired to do, find out who murdered my son, and place this person in prison where they belong. And I'm also asking you to find out why it is being covered as a suicide and not a murder. Please, that is the plea from me, his mother, to you, to find out what happened to my child. Because if it was your child, I guarantee you would not be so stoic.
Thank you. Next will be DeJuan Robinson. DeJuan Robinson. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Miss Jackie, you want to come up here? I need you up here, Miss Jackie. Miss Jackie, City Council today. Miss Jackie has been an employee with the City of Atlanta for several years. When I was working at the Workforce Development, when Mayor Reed gave me the authority to hire and put people in training, Miss Jackie was one of the bright stars over at the Atlanta Workforce we sent over here to Public Works, Miss Boone. Miss Jackie got a letter from the Deputy Commissioner saying that they no longer need her service in the City of Atlanta. They're canceling her position, Mr. Wetmans Morley. And we need to fight for Miss Jackie as we do for everyone else. And Miss Jackie don't miss work. And I just think that it's a shame that they're trying to get rid of her quietly. And Miss Jackie need her job because Miss Jackie will be homeless if she lose her City of Atlanta job. And I just think it's a shame.
Years old.
How old are you, Miss Jackie?
He's 67.
And we allowing this to be happening to our seniors in the city of Atlanta employee, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Overstreet is over zoning, which this deputy commissioner always come down there and get these fancy report and tell lies, but he don't tell you this, Ms. Ms. Overstreet. He don't tell you that he trying to put a 67-year-old lady on the streets by getting rid of her position. Thank you, Ms. Jackie. Thank you. I know, Mr. Shipman, as we moving into the new year, I know that we're probably gonna have new chairpersons on these committees, and I know you're making your decision based on what you feel is best, but I just wanna share my insight on some of the people that you have made chairperson and vice chairs. I think that you need to also, when they're chairing the committees, that they don't switch up in the middle of it and say, oh, we don't allow yielded time. You know what I'm saying? Like Mr. Dustin Hillis is over public safety. There was a point of time that there was yielded time, and he said, no, I don't do that no more. We can't do that, man. We just can't switch up. Start out, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it that way. And some of your members, your chairpersons, miss a lot of days, and I just hope that you don't make them chair of other committees, because some don't come to work, man. And you have a job. And if it was your business where you were making money and they would miss as many days as most of these folks miss, you will fire them. And I just hope that you keep that same energy moving forward in the new year when you put some of these people on there. And we can't play politics when we putting people at chair, you know what I'm saying, and vice chair. I know that, you know what I'm saying, it's political, but we need people that's really gonna listen to the people, man, because everybody come down here, man, these people's voices not getting heard. Sometimes Mr. Shook be up there asleep, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying, Mr. Warren acts so, you know what I'm saying, enthused about what people say. Man, it's not for you to check them in front of that, but we see that, man. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? These are elected officials, and they sit up there so uninterested on the people issues. And like I always say, what's good for Morningside and what's good for Buckhead better be good for West End, Bankhead, Simpson, Campbellton Road. It better be good for it. Because when you leave the people out that don't have, and if we continue to support those that do have, the only people that have nots got to take from are the haves. So we need to just be, you know what I'm saying, this city councilman board have come and divided the city. There are some people that don't really care about black and white, gay and straight. But because y'all handle business in the manner that you handle it, you constantly divide us. You constantly divide us when we want to come together, Ms. Boone. But y'all make it so hard because a lot of you guys are self-serving. Why are you here, man? Like, it shows, man, that y'all don't give a darn about the city, man. I sit up here and watch y'all vote against the airport decision about a contract that they was talking about that was right. Still had 4 people that voted against it. You know what I'm saying? And it just, y'all don't want to stand up for nothing in what's right, man. But like I always say though, Mr. Shook, and I gotta say you because it amazes me that when Mayor Reed was going through his thing, man, you was in front of that news every chance you got, man. So you had an opinion about it, but now when it's corruption amongst other people, you don't have not a word to say. You know what I'm saying? You have been not vocal this time around. You've been vocal in the past, and I thought you was a fair person that speak your mind on what's right or wrong, but now it seems that, you know what I'm saying, you pick and choose what you want to speak on it, and I just don't think that's fair, man. The people deserve more, and you know what I'm saying, to some of my black council members, we play as if we have to listen to white people and we do certain things. Most of the white people I know have different wants and needs when it comes to the city of Atlanta. Most of us want good public safety, good school system, walk their dogs free. They don't care about some of the things that black folks care about because there is a big wealth gap. So there's needs in the white community that are not the needs that are in the black community. So we don't have to jump through hurdle and kiss behind for white folks because they don't care about the same things that we care about. You have a duty as a black council member to make sure that when black people have business in the city of Atlanta, that they get a fair shot at bidding on contracts. that they get a fair shot and they get fair housing and they get fair employment opportunity, because if you don't do it, who else gonna do it? And I'm not saying you exclude white or nobody else, but when you represent your black area that's majority black, you have a duty to help your people. And you sit up here and you get elected year after year. That's what makes it self-serving when you're not helping nobody. We don't care about turkey drives. We don't care about Christmas giveaway, back to school book bags, man. That ain't helping your community, man. Come on, man. We have enough money in the budget, Mr. President. We have enough money where if we wanted to, Mr. Shook, we could end homeless in Atlanta in 90 days. We could end it. The same way all 15 of you guys with a 15-0 vote, Ms. Overstreet, y'all voted, Ms. Waits, to extend the moratorium for that hospital on Boulevard. What's that hospital name? Atlanta Medical. Man, when we can step in and we can do that, you can also hold these developers' permits up where they don't get a permit when you want to price your bills in that $3,000 rent when you're not paying people but the $30,000 in the city of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Other job, but you have your rent here. We have the AMI at 60% in the city of Atlanta while salaries are still here. You're charging people this much rent in the city of Atlanta. We can't stop a developer from charging that rent, but we can hold those permits up. We can hold those licenses up until they meet the demand of the people. At some point, we got to care about the people, guys. We got to care about the people. We got this company that I spoke about months ago that is over 5 of our tennis courts that Park and Rec used to be over. I spoke about this. They were over the golf. They had all the golf, making $4 million a year off the golf. The city got it back, and what the city do? Give them the tennis court. They're over 5 tennis courts. That is not good practice. We need to be able to separate that and divvy that up. The small businessman or woman, whether you white, black, Hispanic, or whatever, you would never have the opportunity to grow, Mr. Shipman, if we always giving the money to the big corporations. You guys been giving the same money, Ms. Boone, to the same nonprofits over the years. They tell y'all they helping homeless and feeding the hungry. Why we got so many homeless people that y'all been getting these folks $1 million, Mr. Wetmans Moreland? Same organization we get these same grants to every year, Mr. Shook. Why we not speaking on that? We get the same organizations, millions every year, and they saying they doing the very work that people come down here and ask y'all to do. So why we keep getting these folks $1 million, $2 and $3 and $4 million a year? Why? Why? It wouldn't be on y'all. It would be on the organization you getting the money to. Mr. Alice Warren, you give a lot of money. Y'all give a lot of money to organizations that don't do no work. And you overfinance, so you get to control that. And I just hope that Mr. Shipman put somebody over finance that are really gonna do what's wrong and not have somebody say, oh, I didn't know that the current market ain't paid rent in 25 years. You over finance, you should know. How you gonna be over finance, Mr. Shipman? And he don't know that they ain't paid rent to the city in 25 years. If y'all made the airport pay the $3 million water bill, then you won't have to be trying to make the common man pay their water bill or shut their water off. You won't shut the airport water off, but you'll shut my water off. What sense that made? Come on, man. We can't do that. And it must stop, man. It has to stop, and I just hope that you put good people in positions in 24. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, just one note. I know how much you like procedure. I do make appointments for chair and members, but vice chairs are decided by the committees themselves, just as a note.
Oh, so you do, okay, so you can talk back when you choose to. I like that. See how you open yourself up?
Just one.
You see how you, but you see how you open yourself up, though.
Tim Franzen.
I like that, though. Oh, look at it.
Tim Franzen is next.
I like that, Mr. Shipman. Thank you, Mr.
Tim Franzen. Tim Franzen. Is Tim still here? Next will be Adrian Coleman Tyler. Adrian Coleman Tyler. You have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. I think I chose a good day to come today because I think there's a theme going on.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Coleman Tyler. I am co-founder of the Atlanta Public Access Producers Association. We were founded in the early 2000s. We have 100 members, former public access producers, viewers, stakeholders, board members, a large community. December 3rd, 1860, Frederick Douglass, abolitionist, gave his famous speech, A Plea for Free Speech, in which Douglass said, Liberty is meaningless where the right to utter one's thoughts and opinions has ceased to exist. That right has ceased to exist in the city of Atlanta. Tomorrow marks 6 months since the Mayor's Office of Communication took the unprecedented action to order Comcast to put the People's Channel in black, thereby in doing so, eliminated the citizens' access to a First Amendment platform established in the city of Atlanta by Atlanta City Council and its mayor to a public access channel. In their action, their unilateral action, this was not council approved. The people in the Mayor's Office of Communications, without a vote by City Council, without notice to Comcast subscribers, without notice to People TV, to the community, the residents of the city of Atlanta, told Comcast to put the channel in black. For over 40 years, the public access channel has been a First Amendment platform. Have we forgotten in the 1990s, during the HIV and AIDS crisis, People TV was the only media institution in the city where gay activists could come on and communicate with each other and advocate. I was at People TV in the 1990s when Grady doctors came in and presented to the community in Studio A. What is a clinical trial? What is AZT? I saw young gay activists come to People TV, check out cameras, and advocate and activate for their communities. We celebrated 50 years of hip hop. Have you forgotten? In the early days of hip hop, mainstream media was peddling that they were gangsters, thugs, and they should be arrested. I was at People TV when citizens complained and Homeland Security came over because young hip hop artists was using that platform to be able to communicate and get their voices and their creativity out. It was People TV where they could come over and check out cameras and learn. You talk to young directors, many of them that we know now, you ask them, where did you get your start? And many will tell you, at a public access television station. Frederick Douglass said, free speech is more than just the right to speak. It is about the right to be heard, and it is the right to hear. I want to hear the voices that are here today. You took that away from us. So Atlanta City Council, I've heard the mayor say he has 99 problems, but his council isn't one of them. I need you to be a problem for our mayor. I need you. Every legislation that I read says the council authorizes the mayor. It's not the other way around. I need you to do your job. Atlanta City Council, read the legislation, the framework. It was beautiful. Atlanta's public access legislation was beautiful. It was grounded in civil rights. It was grounded in social justice. Everybody, every citizen has the right to that channel, free, unencumbered, to be able to come on and share their ideas. So I'm here today to ask two things in my last 2 minutes. Number one, I'm asking you to take immediate action to restore citizen access to the channel. We can do this in an incremental manner. For anybody to tell you that it can't be done, it can. In 2013, Michael, me and your uncle, in 2 weeks, the channel had been down for 2 weeks. Me and your uncle walked in and we had that channel back up in 2 weeks. It can be done. Don't listen to no. We don't operate in no. No. We want you to commit that within 30 days that we give the citizens some level of access back to that channel. Secondly, the municipal clerk in the law department has confirmed in a letter to President Shipman, People TV is a public board of the city of Atlanta. Canceling a contract does not end that relationship. Public access is a public utility. Since 1980, there has been a citizen-led public board that provided governance and advisory powers for that institution. I'm here today to ask you to reconstitute a citizen board, appoint new members, and create pathways for citizen participation and engagement, envisioning and planning the future of Atlanta Public Access. I thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Janet Hill. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here today in a very emotional request. On behalf of seniors, African American property owners, veterans, and women head of households who've been targeted in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County with deed fraud. On September 28th, after Susan Property Management filed over 100 fake deeds in Fulton County, showed up with the escort of Atlanta police and Fulton County marshals, claiming that she owned my property with no proof that she had purchased my property for $746,000 cash. She was escorted with masks, covered license plates, and guns, weapons from these officers. When I pleaded with the officers to explain, first of all, they had no jurisdiction to be in my home, and that she had already admitted that she did not have any proof that she purchased my property in Fulton County Court 3 times. And this has gone on for years, using shell companies and assistance from from the City of Atlanta and Fulton County. Citizens of this county and the city deserve protection from these crimes, and I look forward to a resolution to this deed fraud from this august body. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Jody William. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jody Williams, and I come in support of Senate Bill 125. This bill will help people stay in their homes and apartments. It will address HOAs and increase fees. HOAs trying to sell homeowners property for the HOA fees. This bill will help the people sleeping in their cars, the people you see in parking lots with all the items in their cars. This bill will support our young people who have no parents to go home to, and rent is unaffordable. It will help not to become a statistics, our young people not to become a statistics. This bill will help stop crime. Please consider this bill. Please help the elderly not to become homeless because of rent increase. The state of Georgia has no cap on rent. The investors are not keeping their word on how many units they will allot for affordable houses. I have sat in on meetings at the Atlanta Housing Authorities. These properties are no longer governed by the Atlanta Housing Authorities and are governed by investors. These are the properties that were public properties, public housing, that the city has sold to these investors who don't give them the enough units for the people because they no longer own these properties and the investors do. So look into that and support Senate Bill 125.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Hillary Holly. Okay, we'll go to Ken Roebling. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. 2 weeks ago, a wounded man was dropped off at the front door of City Hall. This brings up a lot of questions. Why didn't this man be dropped off at Grady Hospital? It's not that far away. It has a trauma center that's first class. There's absolutely no one in City Council or in City Hall that can treat a wound that I know of. So, another question is, was this man looking for someone when he came to City Hall? Did he ask the driver to drop him off here so he could talk to someone? If so, who did he want to talk to? It was reported in the news that this man was arrested for murder. Since he was shot, was it a duel that he came out on top of? Was it self-defense? Was this man a threat to anyone in City Hall? These are interesting questions that require an investigative reporter. I know Truman Capote would get to the bottom of this, but he has expired, so someone else will have to do it. Any John Grisham wannabe lawyers out there, this will make a tremendous story. See if you can contact this guy and get his story. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Alma Lott. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. I want to say, Boone, I understand you about the homeless situation, but this is happening in our communities too. It's a shame that we're being ignored. Every other month, we come down here and speak, and nobody's listening. Y'all need to start working in our communities. The rents are expensive. Cut your eyes, honey. The rent is expensive. Families are being put on the streets. While all this stuff is being hidden from community, I've never seen so many homeless children in my life. I mean, say senior citizens homeless. Y'all done tore up families. Y'all done tore them down. It's a damn shame. I'm ashamed of our leaders, because this is poor leadership in the black community. Vine City, English Avenue, and the West End. These are y'all voters. And I'm finna damn campaign. And I'm gonna make my voice loud and clear. It's time for a new beginning. And I'm gonna get out there, because I'm well known. I might talk, y'all might close your ears, your eyes, but I can get your ass out these seats with no problem. All through Roswell, y'all better ask about Alma Lott. Don Woody, ask about Alma Lott. And my voice is loud. I help families. I've been doing this for over 15 damn years. And it's a shame how many people are homeless in our communities. Our families, we on the streets. I've been telling y'all years about Walmart parking lot before it even closed down. Had families and senior citizens sleeping in their cars. Y'all want to get rid of youth crime, stop making them damn homeless. Give these families somewhere to live. Low-income housing, not affordable. We want low damn income. The way it used to be. 30% AMI.
Thank you.
Not 40, not 60.
Thank you, Ms. Lott.
We need 30.
Time has expired.
You have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next will be James Davenport. James Davenport, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. It's sad that I have to repeat myself. It's sad that everybody who's speaking have to repeat themselves. Councilman Bond, the last time I was here, you told me you needed a grant in order to provide seniors with lift rides. You signed on $87 million for property that none of these people want, okay? $87 million. It doesn't take a grant to spend money back on senior citizens whose money it is in the first place. That's sad. That does not make sense. We talk till we black and blue to you people. You people don't care. You don't care at all. It is a crying shame that we call you council members. It's sad. It really don't make sense. I'm passing homeless people all the time. I give out money all the time. Peachtree Pine building could have been saved, revamped. You all let that place go. Now we got all these homeless people sitting out here. I'm walking over people who are in that squalor. Y'all know what squalor is. It don't make sense. It don't make sense at all. Y'all don't care. Y'all do not care about the people. The only people you all care about are the people with the money. That's it. Look at all these buildings that you all signed off on. All these condos, $1,500 to $3,000 for one-bedroom apartments.
Time has expired.
Who can afford them? Who can afford them? Nobody that I know. Nobody that I know.
Time has expired.
It's sad. And one more thing, I doubt if 3 of you know what the Hit and Run Help Foundation is about. Kiana Jones is the executive secretary.
Time has expired, Mr. Davenport.
Y'all gonna find out next week. None of you have actually asked what it's about. But you will find out next week. I'm ashamed of all of you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the public who've come today to share their perspectives with the council. We'll now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Please sound the journal.
Good afternoon. I, Vanessa Walden, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the Atlanta City Council meeting of November 20, 2023 are true and correct.
If there are no changes to the journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion by Councilmember Winston to adopt the journal, second by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to adoption of the minutes? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications.
First communication is 23C 5127, a communication from Councilmember Byron Amos, District 3, reappointing Ms. Anissa Farrell to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer the Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5128, a communication by Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Brian Wander to serve as a member of the Buckhead Community Improvement District. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5129, a communication from the interim municipal clerk, election superintendent A. Vanessa Walden, submitting the November 7th, 2023 certification of official and complete statement of results for the Board of Education members District 3 and at-large members 7 and 9 from the DeKalb County Board of Registration and Elections. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, there's no vetoed legislation.
Is there any unfinished business?
No unfinished business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items beginning on page 4 that are for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt, but I believe that there are a few to be removed from the agenda. Councilmember Waite, or removed from the consent agenda before we do that. Councilmember Waits.
Yes, sir. 23-R-4580. I'm asking for that to be removed from the consent agenda.
23-R-4580, that's on page 22, item 54. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 21 on page 8, 23-0-1630.
23-0-1630. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Item number 1, page 4, 23-0-1582.
23-0-1582. Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Page 7, item 14, 23-0-1168. Again, page 7, item 14, 23-0-1168.
Thank you. Any other items for removal from the consent agenda, section 2? Without any other removals, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1. A motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the 4 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the items removed? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the removals carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda section 2. These are items beginning on page 28. They are items for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But let me once again ask if there are any of those items to be removed from the consent agenda. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer the consent agenda section 2. Sorry, who made it on this side? Somebody. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of the standing committees. First up today will be the Transportation Committee. Vice Chair Lewis presided over the meeting. So Vice Chair Lewis will give us a report.
Thank you, Council President, for letting me go first today. I am giving the committee report for the Transportation Committee. And if you would turn to page 4, item number 1, 1230-1582, an ordinance by Council members Jason Dozier, Michael Julian Bond, Andrea L. Boone, Antonio Lewis, and Byron D. Amos is amended by the Transportation Committee to rename Beckwith Street Southwest, starting from Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard to Beckworth Court Southwest and Beckworth Court Southwest to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive to Martin Luther King Drive to Dr. Thomas W. Cole Jr. Way to waive certain provisions of Section 1388 of the City of Atlanta Code and Ordinances for other purposes. This item was pulled off the consent agenda. This legislation will need to be amended to change the duplicate Beckwith Court Southwest in the caption and for all references of the legislation to Beckworth Street Southwest. The amendment has been distributed via email. Motion to amend.
There's a motion to amend 23-0-1582 by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
One moment, please. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Boone and Bond, how would you like your votes reflected?
Yes.
Aye for Councilmember Boone.
I said, I pushed aye.
Okay. Aye for Councilmember Bond. I think we have technical glitch.
Motion to,
The motion to amend is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
motion to adopt the paper as amended.
It's a motion by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Amos to adopt 23-0-1582 as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you, President. The second item would be 230-1653, item 1, page 33. An ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood is substituted by the Transportation Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into agreement, 1 for contract IFB-C DOT /202208 123-0053-2021 LMIG Street Resurfacing Project, Group 1, North IFB, with Stewart Brothers Incorporated on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to add funding in the amount not to exceed $3,343,952.66 for the transportation infrastructure improvement projects on Howell Mill Road, Beverly Road, Blackland Road, West Wesley Road, Bolton Road, and Putnam Road, and all contracted works to be charged to and paid from various funds, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein, and for other purposes. Mr. President, this item was favorable on substitution on condition. The condition was for ATO DOT to finalize the dollar amounts to various accounting streams. It was determined that a substitute needed to edit the funding language to specify within the legislation that the T-SPLOS 2.0 funding comes from traffic signals in the amount of $120K. This condition has been satisfied. The substitute was distributed via email. Motion to bring forth substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute on 23-0-1653 by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Norwood, seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Motion.
I make a motion to adopt on substitute.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Norwood, seconded by Councilmember Lewis to adopt 23-0-1653 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next one is a resolution, 23R4352, item number 2, page 33. An amended resolution by Councilmember Amir Faruqi authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with ABM All-in-One Security Services Incorporated for DOA CON 2306-1230391 ground transportation terminal to terminal shuttle services at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport in an amount not to exceed $1,455,695.00 for the management fee and the compensation for the services provided under the agreement established in the Department of Aviation's annual and fiscal year operating budgets. All services will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This item was filed with one abstention. Motion to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-R-4352. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Mr. President, number 323R4551, item number 3, page 33. A resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB-C DOT 202209-1230108 intersection improvements project on Moores Mill Road at 2 locations with BRTU Construction Incorporated on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $4,294,491.74. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed and for other purposes. This item was forwarded with no recommendation on the condition. The condition was for the independent procurement review officer to provide the IPRO report for today's meeting. This condition has been satisfied. The motion is to hold. Actually, this condition has not been satisfied, actually. This motion is to hold in the breast of council.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis to hold in the breast of council. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. The motion to hold in the breast of council cannot be debated. It's a majority vote, so we'll move directly to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council, 23-R-4551.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in breast of council carries.
Okay, number 4, Mr. President, 23R4553, item number 4, page 34. A resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB-C DOT 202209-123-0108 intersection improvements project on Moores Mill Road at 2 locations with BRTU Construction Incorporated on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $4,294,491.74. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department, organization, and account numbers listed. And for the purposes, this item was filed. Motion to file.
There's a motion to coming out of committee to file 23-R-4553. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Councilmember Hillis.
The caption needs to be reread because Councilmember Lewis was reading initially, I believe, text from Councilmember Norwood's previous paper and not from this paper we're going to file.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep, sorry, I think there was a misprint there. Councilmember Lewis, I'll go back to you on 23-R-4553.
Thank you. Resolution 23-R-4553 for a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to place parking restrictions on Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest from the public streets northern terminus to approximately the shared property line between 1778 and 1788 Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest, prohibiting parking on both the northbound and southbound side of the street, to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area, and to restripe all markings and place appropriate signage along Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest from its northern terminus to Chattahoochee Avenue Northwest. And for the purposes, this item was filed. Motion to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-R-4553. Now we've got the right caption. It doesn't need a second since it's coming out of committee. Do we have any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lewis. Next up will be Finance Exec, Chair Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are on page 37 of the agenda. The first item is 23-0-1591, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer on behalf of the Department of Aviation to provide payment of 1/4 of the existing accumulated hazard pay compensatory time awarded during the COVID-19 disaster, labeled as accrued FFCRA, to all COVID-19 designated Department of Aviation mission critical employees and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 23-0-1591 doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Next item, 23-0-1622, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Vaughn to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws, page 4469 at SEEK, under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 3635(1) at SEEK as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Article 6, Revenue and Fund Administration, Chapter 3, Fiscal Control, Section 6-312, Financial Stabilization Plan, to replace the requirement for a financial stabilization plan with a requirement for a fiscal condition of the city report and for other purposes. A motion from the committee is to adopt. And this is the third reading, final adoption.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1622. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Boone?
Yes. Technical, yes.
Yep, aye. Councilmember Boone's an aye.
Updating the count, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right, next item, 23O-1626, a substitute ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to amend Chapter 114 Personnel, Article 4 Classification Plan of the Code of Ordinances, City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclassifications, class creations, above entry authorizations, employee position transfers, position funding allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the FY 2024 budget and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition, the condition of receiving a chart of total personnel by department and summary of extra help conversion to permanent staff. That condition has been met as the information has been distributed, so the motion is to adopt on substitute from committee. Sorry.
There's a motion to adopt 23-0-1626 as substituted. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion of the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is substituted carries.
All right, next item, 23O-1654, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan is substituted by Finance Executive Committee, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to provide payment of 1/4 of the existing accumulated hazard pay compensatory time awarded during the COVID-19 pandemic, labeled as accrued FFCRA, to provide that following the payment authorized hereby, any remaining accumulated hazard pay compensatory time labeled as accrued FFCRA shall be lost and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition. Condition was to provide language to sunset the payout. That condition has been met. We do have a substitute that needs to be brought forward, so I'll make that motion.
There's a motion to bring forward the substitute on 23-0-1654 by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to bring forward the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Right now, the substitute is before us. I'll make a motion to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Wan to adopt 23-0-1654 as substitute. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Westmoreland. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to send this legislation to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Wan to send this post haste to the mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objections? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
All right, next item is 23O-1656. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, is substituted by Finance Executive Committee to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Civil Service, Division 14, Attendance and Leave, Section 114-415, Annual Leave Vacation, so as to provide for increases in the maximum vacation allowed to be carried over effective December 31, 2023, and to provide for the annual payout of 10% of excess vacation hours for each year, effective December 1st, 2025, to authorize the payment of any remaining vacation extra carryover leave as defined in Ordinance 23O-1305 on a quarterly basis throughout 2024 and for other purposes. This came out favorable on substitute on condition. And the condition was to clarify one of the payout tables that was defined or outlined in section 1. That condition has been met. We need a substitute for this, so I'll make a motion to bring that forward.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to bring forth the substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
With that, the motion from the committee is to approve on substitute, or adopt on substitute, sorry.
I'll take a motion from you, Councilmember Juan, since we substitute. Councilmember Juan's made a motion to adopt a substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, President Shippen and Chairman Juan. We had quite a bit of discussion about this in committee, and after that I had some other conversations. I know we've had two papers here that deals with overtime or some form of it with the FFCRA paper, and that paper is fine, and we unanimously approved that. However, given the conversations that I had after that FEC meeting, I don't want to say I was misled, but there was definitely some obvious misunderstanding because I was told, from my understanding, even with this paper, that none of this roll-off would even start until 2025, which is my understanding from further conversations this morning is not the case. Time is going to start rolling off in the end of March, and when you go through for example, someone who has 100 hours of vacation. I've talked to multiple people that work for this city and put in a lot of hard time and years in this city that have hundreds of hours of vacation up. But basically what it's doing, it is paying people vacation time that, number one, we have promised them and they're working for the city. Number two, that, and at least in some departments, I've been told, hey, I know we approved you for this week or two of vacation, but too bad we're rescinding vacations because something has come up, something has happened, or you're just told that you can't have an approved vacation anyways because there are sometimes weeks or months where certain departments in the city are not allowed to take vacation. So it's not necessarily all people not taking their vacation. If this happened, people would lose lots of vacation. The basic payout here is somewhere around 13 to 16 cents on the dollar from my calculation. So I think this paper needs more work with either A, increasing that percentage of payout, or B, us making a policy decision to increase the number of vacation hours people are allowed to keep, given those previous issues that I've cited. So with that said, I'm going to make a substitute motion to refer back to the FEC committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Hillis to refer 23-0-1656 as substituted back to the FEC. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Boone. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, I have a couple things to contemplate. This is the first I'm hearing that we're going to refer back. So what's the timeline? Like, is it okay that we're sending it back right now? Will we be in jeopardy of anything? I'm not sure what anyone has been told because I've not been in those conversations. So if someone can give me information on how this will affect what we are already on course to do, because now we're not going to have another full council this year. So,
well, the first action in this legislation does not happen until March 31st, is my understanding. So
okay.
That's a little over 3 months away. So
we're operating on a March timeline.
That's the way that the legislation is written, that there's a trigger that happens every quarter starting on March 31st of 2024.
Okay. Have we spoken with law or HR on how they feel about it, or what this would do to what they've already started, the process? I mean, I'm not sure where we are with it, but I'm just asking.
I have had a conversation with the law department this morning. I have not spoken to HR, but if I misquoted or anything or misunderstood anything, I would encourage any comments from Special Counsel Robinson.
What about finance? Do we know what the difference will be in the numbers? Because I
Well,
really don't
that's
know.
why we're sending this back to the committee, because we need to have a discussion about, do we increase the percentage of the payout up from somewhere in the mid-teens to higher? Like the the COVID paper, I'll call it, is that payout, I believe, was 25%. So do we increase the payout, or do we increase the amount of vacation hours our employees are allowed to keep without having it written off by this legislation?
Okay.
So that's, policy discussions for us to have between now and the next FEC meeting, so we can take action on this in January.
Okay, and one last question. If this is tied directly to the COVID payout, I know there were
This is separate from the COVID payout.
Okay,
This is
fine.
vacation carryover.
Okay, so, all right, well, that's it. I yield.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councilmember Juan indicate he wanted to speak, and then Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Juan.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask about the timing, because I think if we don't pass this, there is a December 31st, 2023 trigger where everybody loses all of their excess, and then the increased carryover doesn't take into effect as well. So there is, and I want either finance or law to confirm that, but there is a problem with not passing it today. And one path may be to go ahead and pass this, and then we can come back and amend again when we've had more time, so that we don't risk that case going on. But can law or finance confirm the December 2023 consequence?
Special Counsel Robinson, I believe you can speak to that.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. There is the December 2023 deadline that is set forth in this legislation does not, what it does is extends the amount of leave that certain employees would be able to carry over into 2024. It amends the code to do that. It doesn't apply to, I believe, all employees, but it extends the amount. So if an employee under the chart that's in the code was scheduled to, is only able to carry over, I'm just saying, for instance, 5 days of leave into 2024, this legislation might increase that for that particular employee to, for instance, let's say 7 days of leave into 2024. However, I would say if it doesn't pass by then that extra, in this example, 2 days would not be afforded. However, if this were held and passed in January, even if that additional 2 days were not carried over, any subsequent legislation would be able to retroactively provide for that 2 days. So let's say that you passed it in January and persons lost those 2 days that I was referring to in this example, they could be awarded those 2 days back in the in a substitute piece of legislation.
Okay.
To be clear, though, this was not to have employees carry over all of their 2023 leave into 2024. That it wasn't, the legislation before you would not do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
I know we spoke with the law department, and I wanted to hear from finance, but I also wanted to know if we've been speaking with the unions, because that's the employees' voice. So I want to know if the union's been involved in this when we're talking about this. But I also want to hear from finance.
Thank you. So one thing that we should know is how we got here from the beginning. The code, and this, with previous detailed conversations with HR, the code and that the code is structured and philosophically aligned is for employees to take their time off. That is why the code has a maximum carry forward designation by tenure for all employees. The incentive is to take your time off and not to carry it forward, not utilize it as a bank, not to accrue time. We do know that there's certain circumstances that don't align that as for various reasons. That's why there was subsequent legislations that have happened and kicked this can down the road a few times to allow employees to carry excess vacation carry forward on their accounts, if you will, on their paychecks. They see it on their pay slip. Those legislations have passed 3 different times, allowing employees to carry about 60 days of leave in excess. However, it's always intended that employees dwindle and utilize that time, cannot be paid to them while they're still employed. It is paid when they leave the city of Atlanta. So what we're incentivizing here, other than FFCRA, is that we want employees to take their time off. And so working closely with HR, the incentive and incentive alignment around it was that in each quarter it goes down by 25%, giving employees time to take the time off, and then the payout regresses to lower amounts going forward. So, I mean, I think in that vein and that interest, and that's what was communicated and aligned during FEC presentation last week by myself and Commissioner Smith, was that this is in the best interest of the city of Atlanta. It allows us to make sure that these actions are taken. We also, one thing that we did add is that we added additional hours to the use it or lose it buckets, if you will, within the city of Atlanta. And this legislation has that inserted in there. We wanted to have that start in the beginning of this calendar year. The other thing that's to note is that all of these liabilities, accrued liabilities, are on the city's financials. So we are also making sure that we're doing the fiscally responsible thing and assuring that employees who want to stay with the city can do so and not necessarily lose their time. The prior legislations that were passed have a strong sunset date. It's a cliff. It goes down to 0. We didn't think that was fair, so we worked closely and diligently with all stakeholders to come up with a strategy that works in the spirit of the code, but also does the financially responsible thing on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta and the employees. So that was the intent of that legislation, but I yield to the body.
Thank you, Mr. Baller. I think the parts I want to add to is that I've spoken to a few people that are in departments that feel like they can't take vacation because the department, the staffing levels, and if they take a day off, they will be behind by so much. So I've spoke to some folks in departments, and we all sitting here and we hear departments that are staffed at levels in which they shouldn't be for 2 years. So they feel like they'll be being punished for working hard. The last thing I want to say is to add the union to the conversation. That means that the employees will be speaking to this themselves. Because we've heard 13 cents back here, we've heard 25 cents. The folks that we are actually doing this for need to have a say-so on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions. One, in finance on Wednesday, there was a conversation in the similar vein to what Councilmember Lewis just mentioned around public safety officers not being able to use their vacation days, and I'm curious if any conversation took place in the last 5 days around that specific topic.
Yeah, I can speak to, the topic did not come up during the deliberation in Finance Exec, and I don't know if Councilmember Hillis has had more direct, specific conversations following that meeting.
Mr. Hillis?
Yeah, but I believe I did discuss that in FEC on Wednesday. So one of the biggest issues, and this is, again, I did bring up police and fire is a great example on Wednesday in FEC. However, this issue exists across departments. There are senior level staff in our departments who, much to Councilmember Lewis said, that can't take vacation, that have hundreds of hours built up, and they can't go to their superior and say, hey, I've got 400 hours of vacation built up. I need to take the next 3 months off. That's not going to happen. But specific to conversations I've had with police officers and firefighters is that, as I stated, there are many weeks of the year where they cannot take vacation. They get their previously approved vacations canceled, and they are also times where you know that you cannot apply for a vacation because of events in the city and in combination with APD and AFRD staffing levels. So we shouldn't be telling people that look at our benefits package that you get this X amount of vacation yearly, and then tell them they can't take a vacation or their vacation is canceled, and then say, well, all this vacation you have, we're going to pay you, I don't know, 13 to 16 cents on the dollar. So again, I've made a substitute motion to refer this back to committee to have some further discussions, which I've started and would have been more serious about if I wasn't told after that meeting on Wednesday that this was not the case, that it wouldn't go into effect until 2025, which again, I think that was possibly some confusion with the prior paper that we approved with COVID, the Family First time. So I look forward to having those conversations and getting this back and approved in front of the council in early January.
Councilor Westmoreland?
Yeah, segues into my second question, which is the statements we got from law and finance seem to differ a little bit on the cliffness of the cliff. And everybody agrees back here that bad things aren't going to happen on December 31st?
No, we are.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we're on
except for, we're going to discuss a little bit further, but the adjusting the code to add more days, that's not going to happen on January 1st. But as Ms. Robinson said, that something like that can happen probably at a later date. Not necessarily sure how it'll impact. We could think about that before.
Just a reminder that we're just on the motion to refer, but I'm letting us talk about the entire topic. Councilmember Amos?
Well, I was definitely willing to support this paper because it got the employees something. But if we're going to send it back, because I think it needs to go back, it needs to do more work and be addressed via code. Because as someone who have lived this, as a former employee of the City of Atlanta at the airport, not only the sworn personnel, but non-sworn personnel, when we talk about our security and compliance team out there who bill comp time, cannot take off during regular times that people take off because the airport is running, during holidays. So we're at work during holidays. And then at the end of the year, of course, you have 2 holidays. You can't take off. So you're faced with a situation of either hurting the team by taking off or losing time. And it's something that has been going on, and definitely with our sworn and non-sworn personnel as well. So we do need to address it.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I don't think anybody answered it at first. So I want to ask again: Has the union was the union? I know we heard from finance, heard from folks have talked to HR, we talked to the law department. Has the union been involved with at all of this?
Absolutely. HR did have conversations with the union members. They'd like the ability to get paid out while they're currently employed, rather than have to wait for retirement to see compensation. It was forcing a lot of exits out the city, but those conversations were had, and there was alignment in the structure and the ability for them to use the vacation over time as the payouts intervals occur.
And the reason why I'm asking, because I know I'll watch FEC and I'll show up this week because it's such a big deal. when you think about the benefits of the city, because people actually accept less money to work here because of their benefits. When I'm talking to my sanitation man, who I even helped get his job with the city of Atlanta, when he told me that, you know, that they work on holidays, when he told me that, you know, the reason why on Thanksgiving the next day, you know, they come pick up our stuff, when he said he couldn't take that day off to be with his family for Black Friday, I know he couldn't, because I knew they needed to pick up our trash. And so I want to make sure PACE and make sure ASME are contacted. I know we talk a lot to the fire union, we talk a lot to the police brotherhood. I want to make sure PACE and ASME, they should probably show up at FEC and actually give their comments out loud to this, because just to make sure that we all know that they are a part of this process.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yeah, just wanted to piggyback off that. So that was a great question, CM. Pace was here during the finance presentation. I would say that I believe the unions were at the table, whether or not they were in total agreement, but I believe one of their concerns was, what about the employees that can't take time off? Because we always talk about public safety understaffing, but every department is understaffed. So what about all the employees that can't take time off because the city, these won't run? These departments won't run. So I think also echoing everyone else, I do think it needs to go back to committee, because I think there's still work to do on it, because I still have a lot of questions that are answered, and I believe that there still is a lot of confusion based on what we passed this on with conditions. So I still think that there are plenty of things to work through, and I know that we want to get this done, but I'd rather spend a little bit more time and get it right to ensure that we're actually representing the employees that make this city run. Otherwise, I don't know why we're here.
We're on the motion to refer. Is there any more conversation on the motion to refer? If not, we'll, Councilmember Juan, sorry. Councilmember Juan.
I appreciate all the feedback, and I want to just this conversation, if we're going to take it seriously and really talk about it, expands past just vacation. A lot of this are systemic issues within our staffing approach that is causing exactly what Councilmember Hills is saying. The folks that can't take vacation, a lot of it is due to vacancies. It's a lot of it is due to telecommuting. It's a lot of the policies that we have accepted that create this. So I do think we can't continue kicking this down the road. You know, one of the things we need to do is start this notion of burning off and using vacation for your physical and mental health. I mean, it's important that you don't work 60 hours a week for 3 years. So I will ultimately, I was going to try and, you know, push back on the motion to refer back, but I'm going to, but I just want to, if we're going to talk about this, we got to talk about this, because we may pass this, but if we don't change those underlying problems, we're going to just keep facing this over and over and over again. And, you know, all we're going to do essentially is build up this financial liability on our books that we're going to have to, you know, face the music at some point. So just I want to keep that, keep that in mind.
I will add one thing, Council Member, if I may. Back in June, when we were facing the use it or lose it cliff, and it was coming to a cliff, we did another kind of 1 year punt to June of 2024, with the notion that we would come back with a workable agreement in front of the body that makes sense on behalf of the city, and also takes into consideration all the other personnel commitments we want to make. These funds are all interconnected. So one way or another, you end up exacerbating the same issue with less vacancies, less money to hire people, less money to do COLAs and other adjustments that the city would like to do. But looking forward to having further conversations, but they don't happen in vacuums, and they don't happen without other priorities being impacted.
Any other discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, motion to refer carries.
All right, final item is 23R4550. It's a resolution by council members Jason H. Winston and Howard Shook authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement blank ATL Channel 26 broadcasting system upgrades with blank on behalf of the executive office pursuant to section 2-1191.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed blank. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes. This came forward with no recommendation on condition. The condition was not met. I'll make a substitute motion to refer it back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to refer 23-R-4450 back to FEC committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Next up today will be Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to take items number 1 through 4 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 23-C-5118, a communication from Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, appointing Ms. Linda Adams to serve as a member of the Commission on Aging. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 2, 23-C-5122, a communication from Ann Phillips, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Dr. Conchita Floyd to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board and the Neighborhood Planning Unit Group MR category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 3, 23-C-5123, a communication from Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, reappointing Ms. Kajara Anderson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on February 15th, 2023 and expire February 14th, 2025. Item number 4, 23-C-5124, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Wesley Brown to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. These appointments are favorably recommended, and the motion is to confirm.
So motion to adopt and confirm these appointments. These 4 coming out of the committee. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? We can do this via unanimous consent since there are communications. Any objections? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on these 4 items.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Thank you. I'd like to also take items 5 through 6 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 5, 23-R-4543, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier reappointing Ms. Rosalind Elliott to serve on the Atlanta Housing Authority Board of Commissioners as a resident commissioner for term of 1 year scheduled to begin upon the approval of this resolution for other purposes. Item number 6, 23-R-4544, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier appointing Mr. Tony Martin to serve on the Atlanta Housing Authority Board of Commissioners as a resident commissioner for a term of 1 year scheduled to begin upon the approval of this resolution and for other purposes. These appointments were favorably recommended, so again, the motion is to adopt and confirm.
There's a motion to adopt these 2 items coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 2 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Lewis is yes.
The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 2 items carries. Oh. One more.
Populating the vote, 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. And last is item number 7, 23-R-4637, a resolution by Committee on Council to reschedule the regular meetings of the Atlanta City Council to the second and fourth Mondays in January 2024 for good cause shown pursuant to City Charter Section 2-303 and for other purposes. This item was unanimous this morning out of COC, and the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 23-R-4637. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. And just another reminder to colleagues, some of you have started reappointing or nominating people for the Commission on Women. Thank you for that. Just a reminder to please continue doing that so that we can reach quorum and start holding those meetings. Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Zoning Committee, Chair Overstreet.
Okay, it's time for our zoning committee report. Let's turn our agendas to page 48 so we can get started. We had a few slow months, that's why we saved it all for today. Okay, Mr. President, I would like to take ordinances 1 through 8 as a block. These are ordinances for second read.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative number 23-O-1425, case number Z-23-41, locations 1030, 1036, 1040 Hollywood Road Northwest rear and 1060 Hollywood Road Northwest, and 990 North Grand Avenue Northwest and Georgia Power, former Carline property. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 WPAHO Residential General Sector West Side 3 West Side Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay and RG3C WPAHO Residential General Sector 3 Conditional West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4A WPAHO Multifamily Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. Number 2, 23-O-1426, case number Z-23-42. Ordinances, the location is 10006, 10008, 1016, 1018 Hollywood Road Northwest, and 995 and 1028 North Grand Avenue Northwest, and 60 Mildred Place Northwest and Georgia Power, former Carline property. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 WPAHO Residential General Sector 3 West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay and C1 WPAHO Community Business District West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4A WPAHO Multifamily Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. Legislative number 3, 23-O-1427, case number Z-23-43. Locations 960, also known as 963, 984, 988, 992, and 996 Cato Street Northwest, 985, 989, 993, and 1005 Gun Club Road Northwest, 2082, 2086, 2090, and 2094 Hollywood Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 WPAHO Single Family Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4B WPAHO Multifamily Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. Item number 4, 23-O-1561, Z-23-50 is the legislative is the case number, and location 769 and 775 East Avenue Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5BL, 2 family residential beltline overlay, to R4BBL, single family residential beltline overlay. Legislative number 5, 23-0-1563, case number Z-23-52, location 865 Grant Terrace Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A, single family residential, to R4B, single family residential. Number 6, 23-0-1564, case number Z-23-56, location 2348 Hosea Williams Drive Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 Single Family Residential to C1 Community Business District. Legislative number 7, 23-0-1566, case number U-23-23, location 99933 Watkins Street Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a hotel. And number 8, 23-0-1568, case number U-23-25, location 990 and 1008 Brady Street Northwest. The ordinance is for special use permit for a hotel. Items 1 through 8 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt these 8 items coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 8 items.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. And number 9, legislative number 23-0-1660, case number is not applicable. Location 175, also known as 177 Huntington Road Northeast. The ordinance is to waive section 15-07.006 of the land subdivision ordinance for the purposes of facilitating an acknowledgement of the property of 2 separate lots. I've received requests from the district council member to refer this back to the zoning committee for further discussion. I move to refer number 9 back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Wan, to refer 23-0-1660 back to the zoning committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to refer carries.
The next block I'd like to take, Mr. President, is items 10 through 14.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 10, 22-0-1583, case number Z-22-46, locations 990, 1008 Brady Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I-2 heavy industrial to MRC3 mixed residential commercial. Legislative number 11, 22-0-1809, case number Z-22-81, location 2804 Yates Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 Residential General Sector 3 to PDMU Planned Development Mixed Use. Legislative number 12, 23-0-1244, case number U-23-08, locations 2304 and 2308 First Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a community center. Legislation number 13, 23-0-1492, case number U-23-28, locations 540, 541, and 553 Mobile Avenue Southwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a shelter. Number 14, 23-0-1505, case number Z-23-49, locations 667 and 673 Thurman Street Northwest. The ordinance is rezoned from SPI 19 SA6 WIZ, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub-Area 6, West Side Affordable Workforce Housing Inclusionary Zoning Overlay to SPI 19 SA7 WIZ, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub-Area 7, West Side Affordable Workforce Housing Inclusionary Zoning Overlay. Items 10 through 14 were favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee these 5 items as amended. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended these 5 items? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended these items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items as amended carries.
Okay, we're at number 15, legislative number 23-0-1431, case number Z-23-47, location 71 Sheridan Drive, Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from RG2 Residential General Sector 2 to RG3 Residential General Sector 3. Item number 15 was adverse, so the motion is to adverse.
Motion committed to committee to adverse this item 23-0-1431. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adverse this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adverse.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adverse carries.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I please take 16 through 19 as a block?
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative number 16, 23-0-1562, case number Z-23-51, location 1407 Beecher Street Southwest. The ordinance to rezone from R4BL Single Family Residential Beltline Overlay to RG3BL Residential General Sector 3 Beltline Overlay. Number 17, 23-0-1510, case number U-23-20, location 869 Center Hill Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a personal care home. Number 18, 23-0-1511, case number U-23-21. Locations 1165 Arlington Avenue Southwest Unit A and 1165 Arlington Avenue Southwest Unit B. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a personal care home. Number 19, 23-0-1567, case number U-23-24. Location 1000 Marietta Street, Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a non-residential use exceeding 7,500 square feet in area in which alcoholic beverages are sold or consumed on the premises. The committee recommended to file items 16 through 19, so the motion is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file these 4 items. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these items? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these 4 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
And finally, Mr. President, I have an item for first read that will be referred. May I proceed? Thank you. Legislative number 20, 23-0-1663, case number MRPA-23-14, location 4433 Sentinel Post Road Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provision of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a single-family detached dwelling with a sports court and a swimming pool. That's right. I move to refer items number 20 to zoning committee.
There's a motion to refer 23-0-1663 to the zoning committee by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there a second? Seconded by Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
And that concludes my committee report.
Thank you. Next up will be Public Safety and Legal Administration. There's one item coming off consent. Chair Hillis.
(23-0-1168), an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland as substituted and amended by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Section 10-93 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, so as to add a new subsection C to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages and/or wine by the package listed in Section 10-88.1A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one specialty food shop located at 1370 North Highland Avenue Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30306, and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to approve.
There's a motion coming out of committee to approve 23-0-1168. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. That completes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Today we have no report.
No report. Thank you. Finally, Community Development and Human Services Committee Vice Chair Westmoreland will be presenting the report today.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 4 items. 2 were pulled off consent. The first are ordinances for second reading, and I will take them as a block without objection.
Proceed.
23-0-1423, CDP 23016, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1990 to 4 Avenue Northwest from the medium-density residential land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. And 23-0-1628, CDP 2318, an ordinance by CDHS to amend the land use element of the 2021 Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1407 Beecher Street Southwest from single-family residential to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. Mr. President, the recommendation from CHS is to file these items.
Motion coming out of committee to file these 2 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these items? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Amos, how would you like your vote reflected? Aye. Ms. Amos.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Next up is 23-0-1630, CDP 23021, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 657 Jones Avenue Northwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density land use designation and for other purposes. Mr. President, I move to refer this item back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to refer 23-0-1630 back to CDHS Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. Our final item is 23-R-4580, a resolution by the Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation of the City of Atlanta to enter into agreement RFP/DPR/2303-1230272 Tennis Center's operation and management with Agape Tennis Academy LLC for a term of 5 years with 2 additional 2-year renewal options, which may be exercised at the city's discretion and for other purposes. This item came out of committee with a unanimous favorability, so I will make a motion to approve.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-4580. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there a discussion on this item? Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make the motion to, or whatever posture, to send this back to committee. I have some concerns with this particular contract, given that it manages 5 of the tennis centers throughout the city of Atlanta. And my specific concern is for the locations at McGee and Washington Park. There are other vendors that express an interest in bidding on this particular contract that would better serve the needs specific to this community. And so for that reason, I think it would be appropriate to send it back to committee to have further conversations.
There's a motion to refer this item back to CDHS by Councilmember Waits, second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to CDHS? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 5 nays.
Councilmember Westmoreland, how's your vote?
Nay.
Adjusting the vote, 7 yeas, 6 nays.
7 yeas, 6 nays. The motion fails because you'd need 8 votes in order for any motion to carry, no matter how many are present. So the motion fails because it only reached 7 votes. So we'll move back to the motion to adopt that's coming out of committee. Is there a discussion on the motion to adopt this item?
I'll offer a brief word. The
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation is present, and so if any of the individuals who voted yes would like to make a motion to go into the committee of the whole to hear from him. We heard an update on this topic in committee on Tuesday, and the team is here if anyone has a desire to hear that.
Chair would entertain a motion to move in committee of the whole if there's an appetite to hear from the commissioner. If not, we're on debate for the motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Overstreet. Is that correct? Councilmember Overstreet? This is your motion. Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. The motion is to move into committee of the whole. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion. Well, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move in committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. We now stand in committee of the whole. I would invite Commissioner Cutler to come forward or others from his department. And I think I would probably give him an opportunity, if without objection, to let him speak for a moment and then open it up to questions. Commissioner Cutler.
President Shipman and...
Just a second, let us get that microphone back on. Can we get, is it on? There you go.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Council President Shipman, and thank you, Councilmember Waits, for your comments. I'm happy to speak directly to the RFP. So we started this process right when I came on board about a year and several months ago, in which we did a request for information. We engaged the community asking for their input. We had over 700 responses from across the city about what they wanted to see from their tennis centers. I also reached out directly to the members of the Washington Park Tennis Center Advisory Committee and spoke with them as to what they would like to see at the site. Received substantial feedback focused on making sure that we're increasing programming, making sure that we retain the youth development program, making sure that we recognize the historical nature of the site and that we find ways to celebrate that. There was concerns from some of the members that we had painted over some of the images that were there previously. And so we wanted to get through the RFP before engaging with the community again on what they wanted to see at this site. As part of the RFP, the proposer will have a advisory committee for each of the community centers, or for each of the tennis centers, in which we will have members of the community, most likely Washington Park Tennis Center and McGehee Tennis Center participate in that, who are currently active on those committees, and so they'll be involved in helping to bring on the new contractor, bring on the new vendor, and also reset kind of where we're headed at each site. So we also when we did the RFP, we made it available that if we receive more than one proposer, or like let's say we receive 3 or 4 proposers, that we would be able to go with different vendors for each of the different sites. Unfortunately, we only received one proposal at this time, and that's where we find ourselves, is we have a viable proposer who's done a phenomenal job in DeKalb and other states, and we're excited about what they have to offer and know that they'll be bringing substantial programming to this state.
All right, open it up to colleagues for questions. Councilor Waits.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you so much for your comments. So I received feedback specific to the communities in Washington Park as well as McGee Park that it's their feeling that in past they have been neglected and they have not received some of the resources that the other 3 Northside community tennis centers have received. One of the vendors indicated that they did not have the capacity to monitor or to service all 5 of the tennis centers. So for that reason, there was a specific interest in Washington Park and McGee Park, given that these service predominantly Black and brown communities. And so for that reason, I thought, given equal access and a need for minority participation, that it would be reasonable to have a conversation surrounding breaking this contract up and possibly allowing the other 2 centers to be under the service and or management of a minority vendor, given that the needs of these communities are very unique in comparison to those in Chastain, as well as I think Bitsy, Brandon, or one of those others. And so it's my hope that we can possibly visit a conversation surrounding taking a look at ensuring that there is some minority participation, given that I believe the contract previously was for a period of 10 years. And prior to you and I joining the City of Atlanta government, this has been an ongoing conversation for some time. So this is not new to the discussion in terms of the need for minority participation. So for that reason, I'm asking my colleagues to send this particular contract back or back to the committee so that we can have a conversation surrounding diversity and the fact that I believe the vendor needs to understand that these communities have unique needs, and they have indicated in past that they have felt neglected by the previous vendor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Cutler, do you want to speak to any of those items?
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Waits. And I think we too at the Department of Parks and Recreation, we've heard the same feedback, and I think we take that feedback very seriously. That's why I reached out directly to the Washington Park Tennis Center and the Tennis Center Advisory Committee, wanting to hear their specific feedback. And that's why we designed the RFP. So if we received multiple bids, we were able to separate it up. Unfortunately, we ran a process. We only received one proposal. So I'm inclined to move forward with this. We'll be engaging the community on an ongoing basis. If we find that the proposer doesn't meet our expectations, and you and I monitor that together, maybe in concert with Councilmember Amos and I believe Councilmember Overstreet, who are the council members for these 2 sites. If we find that they aren't meeting expectations, and we will move forward with the process laid out in the contract to revise the vendor at those 2 sites. But I think we believe we have a viable vendor. And I think it's our job now as a city to monitor that they deliver on the results that you and I and the community want to see at those sites.
Councilmember Lewis.
Couple of quick questions.
Yes, sir.
I know that I feel like Atlanta, Georgia runs tennis right now, right?
Correct.
And so when I hear that, I'm thinking about Christopher Eubanks, Atlanta, and Coco Gauff. She's from Atlanta, and she moved to Delray, Florida at 7 because she wanted to play tennis even more, right? So when I think about and I hear Councilmember Waits and I look at the procurement process, I know we've had a lot of issues in our city right now, currently, procurement-wise. And I know MARTA, they literally just slowed up the ART that's going to be coming to Cleveland Avenue Metropolitan simply because they only had one bidder. And so to hear we have one bidder from you, Councilmember Waits has gotten calls from a person that said they tried to bid. So I think that when MARTA came in last week and they told us they only got one bidder and the money wasn't right, so they threw it out. And so when you get one bidder and you got a council member saying that folks came to them trying to bid, that means that we had something that didn't work the right way right there. And so that's why I voted to send it back to committee, but I saw MARTA come in here and say, hey, we only have one bidder, And we didn't want to do that to the city of Atlanta. And so that's why I support that. And to think about her specific request, that's why I mentioned the names Christopher Eubanks, Coco Golf. Those are black tennis players from this town. And so I know about the PIP. I'm getting emails myself about Southside Park and about parks because we've striped a lot of tennis courts for pickleball. And so I was in agreement of the pickleball usage because the pickleballers came in and said no one is playing on these courts. And so now we have the tennis players from this city been here forever saying, hey, y'all didn't even consult with us when you did this. I showed up and I saw pickleball lines. So I would caution the city, and I know we just got cautioned with our procurement process already. So I would caution us as moving forward with one bidder, and the black organization is saying, hey, we didn't get a chance for real.
Do you want to speak to any of the comments, Commissioner?
I have no comments yet.
Okay. Councilman Amos.
Yes, sir. In full disclosure, this conversation started back with the pickleball sensation that came about. And the commissioner and I sat down and it led over into tennis. I think even Councilmember Bond got into it about what Washington Park tennis really means to the community. Then we got together and the RFP was created and it happens just like he said. We got together with the Washington High tennis community. Yes, we have felt neglected. Yes, we have been felt left out, but those conversations took place. To be completely honest, this is not the vendor I would have chosen personally, but the process took place and no one else bid it. So that's how we got to one bidder. No one else bid it on the contract. So here we are, and with the possibility of being able to, I guess, have this, I don't like the 5 years either, but with the possibility of going through this process and then reevaluating and doing something different. But the process is just exactly how he claimed. The conversations took place with the community, and that's where we are.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. So I did hear you say Washington Park like 2 or 3 times, but I didn't hear you address anything directly with McGee Tennis Center. I will say that I have seen some improvement with McGee for sure since I've been on council. This is me being totally consistent with how I started this conversation even during COVID. I think the contracts are too big and too long, and I certainly don't like the monopoly throughout the city. I think we need to do whatever we have to do in order to entice more bids, more people at the table, so that everyone can get customized attention for programming especially. This is a place where, I mean, I think that those courts are beautiful, and I would love for the children of color to learn more on those courts. Like, I think we can use them more if they were properly programmed. So that's where I am with it. I understand that you did follow your process, and I just want us to do a better job of getting more bids, because I definitely want to make sure that we're not making these contracts so big and full of items that they have to check off from north, south, east, and west, where it makes it impossible for, you know, maybe a minority contractor to actually dive in and serve the city as well. I just want more bids. And
Yeah.
I definitely want to make sure the contracts aren't 5 and 10 years. I don't agree with that. Which I stated in 2020, I believe it was 2020, or whenever we were in COVID and we had the original issue. I stated then probably the same thing I'm saying today.
Yeah, no, a couple of things. So McKee and Washington Park are the sites in our system that generate the least amount of revenue for the vendors. And so we need to include all 5 sites, one from an economic viability standpoint. So we get a vendor that's able to provide enough services at the other 3 sites to offset the expenses at McGee and Washington Park. So that is a real issue that we have when we bid out the entirety of the system or when we bid out individual sites. When we looked at the proposer's programmatic schedule, a couple things jumped out to me that they were providing at McGee and Washington Park that were different than the other sites. First and foremost, they're committed to providing 1 free special event at both of those sites on a monthly basis, as well as 1 free class at both of those sites. They're committed to having the USTA Apprentice Program, which is specifically targeted at Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and providing entrance into the sport of tennis. And working with the USTA Foundation and the USTA Southern in order to make sure that the programs are relevant and appropriate for the individuals that are coming to each site. That is compared to a place like Bitsy Grant or a place like Chastain, which will rely more heavily on private lessons or lessons that are different. And so I think what we saw in the proposal was a very intentional approach to making sure that they were being representative of the community that they were serving at these different sites, recognizing both the opportunity to provide entry-level and accessible program for a variety of different components to make sure that it was relevant, and that they adjusted their program based on the site that they were programming at. Furthermore, looking at the staff they were hiring, as well as the contractors that they were connecting with for custodial and additional supports, but also making sure, because some of the feedback that we've gotten is the services at these sites haven't been at the level of Chastain and Bitsy Grant as well. So when I go to Washington Park, I may want to walk in and get my racket restrung. I may want to be able to buy a can of tennis balls. I may want to be able to buy a shirt. And historically, that wasn't provided at Washington or McGee for whatever reason. But in this contract, they're committing.
I can help you with that.
Say again?
I can help you with that.
So in this contract, they're agreeing to provide the same level of service from just a customer service standpoint and an access standpoint as the other sites. And that's something that we didn't have in previous contracts. So I think they're doing their best, and they put a really good foot forward here to make sure that what they're providing is relevant and will meet the needs of the existing community.
Okay, so contracts like this perpetuate that cycle that you were just speaking of, to be honest. I don't have to remind anybody what the global look was for the winners of in the tennis community, not just this year, but for quite a while. That would be right here, Coco. That would be, the Williams sisters. People of color play tennis. And I think that as a city with such a huge population of all colors, especially African American, I just think that we can do better. And the fact that we're not stringing tennis rackets and offering, things for purchase, that's to no fault of these communities. That means that as a city, we can do better with our contracting and bidding to make those tennis centers able to do those, all of them. And if that means breaking the contracts down, it won't be the first department that I will ask this of. This is something I've done many times. If that means breaking it down, that's what we need to do. Because from a global lens, it's clearly worth it. That's proven at this point. It's worth it, and it's not like the north side has better tennis players than the south side, and on and on. Like, it really is something that has to be prioritized and actually change in order for us to get those centers to a place where they are training professionals and training the talent that is in probably every neighborhood. And they're probably, here's what I probably should say, they're probably driving 20 miles to Chastain for lessons, and they shouldn't have to. I know I've had to take my children all over the place and I had a track star, I had a competition cheer girl, and when I say star, I mean setting records for schools and winning competitions, volleyball. And so that starts at home. That starts with us, because just because they're in a place where we hadn't historically done it, doesn't mean that we shouldn't get to a place where we can start doing it. And that means breaking down these contracts, doing things, innovative things in order to get more bids, changing the way the RFPs are constructed so that they are, zeroing in on the people that train those true athletes that live on the South Side as well. I just think there's a few other things that we could do as a city to capitalize on the talents that right where they are. So that's what my vote was today. And it'll be like that probably each time. But it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. It just means that we can do better, or history shows that we should be doing better. I yield.
Councilor Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the body, I recognize the hour is getting late, but I just simply want to go back to a point. And Commissioner Cutler, again, I thank you for your openness and willingness to have conversations regarding any issue that I have raised. But my final thought is this. McGee and Washington Park are somewhat geographically removed from the other tennis centers. And given that they are not a high revenue generating facility, I'm again pushing the issue that I am concerned about neglect, because I've received those phone calls. I'm clear that these are in districts 11 and I believe 3. But I just believe that one company running all 5 of the tennis centers throughout the city of Atlanta is not good for fair competition. And the complaint again from the previous contract, which was I think a 10-year contract, was that many of those who showed up at McGee in Washington, that they were not interested, ill-equipped, and others expressed that anytime they came to these particular facilities, when they went to the other ones on the north side of town, that there was a striking difference in services that have been provided. They reference a long history of discrimination, inequities, and inaccessibility simply based upon cost in a location and exposure. And so I'm very clear that the Chastain community is very different from District 3, but I would just simply ask the body to consider sending this particular piece of legislation back to committee and possibly break that up, and for McGee and Washington Park, given their specific unique needs, I think would be better served possibly breaking that contract up. And so for that reason, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for your assistance.
We have to come out of committee of a whole before we do anything else, Councilor Waits.
Thank you.
Councilor Bakhtiari.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a few very quick points. I know this has been an ongoing conversation for many, many years. As someone who grew up playing tennis, as someone who grew up in communities that did not have proper tennis management, those courts went underutilized. I understand the points that are being made. They're incredibly important. I think we forget that this has been an over a decade conversation. I also think it's very dangerous for us to insert ourselves into the procurement process, especially if things are not going the way that we intend. That's just not a safe, that is a dangerous precedent to set. I do want to say that it is also dangerous. I understand the desire to ensure that our neighborhoods, especially minority, majority neighborhoods, receive the same attention as other neighborhoods. I don't, as somebody who has worked in tennis and who has done this work, I would say the way to do that isn't entirely by making sure that there is no tennis management. That's actually that is oftentimes a self-fulfilling prophecy. To remove management of any kind, to ensure that courts are not utilized. There are ways for us, however, to ensure that these kids get their proper attention, and it's by doing what we're doing right now at Selena Butler. It's by the council members in the area sponsoring, bringing in tennis coaches, being more engaged, being more involved. There's tons of programming out there. I know that our new head of rec, that there are a lot of our rec facilities, we have people that can teach pickleball, that can teach tennis, that these courts can go utilize. I know that everyone may not necessarily be happy with a 5-year contract. However, I see it as a step forward, and it ensures that these courts do get managed and utilized. It ensures that we do not mess with the procurement process, because you did go through everything you needed to do. And most importantly, the district rep for this area is on board with moving it forward. And I think that the one way to ensure these courts don't get utilized is to take away any type of management. But there are ways to ensure moving forward that, one, we get this management, we have the bid process that is to the letter of the law. But secondly, there are ways to get in to work with Parks and Rec, as Ms. Danette has done with me, as you have done with me, Commissioner, to ensure that kids are getting the attention that they need with greater involvement from us, not just putting that solely on you. So that being said, can I still make a motion? Nope. Okay.
We're in committee of the whole.
You
We'll
got
have to
this?
come
All
out
right.
of committee of the whole before
And
we take any actions. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to make a motion to exit committee of the whole.
Second.
You should make that. That's the motion that can be made. There's a motion by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's Councilmember Winston's motion. Councilmember Bakhtiari is seconded, though she'd like to make the motion to move out of committee of the whole. Any discussion on moving out of committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection moving out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We moved out of committee of the whole. Thank you, Commissioner. We are back on to the motion to adopt. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Cutler, thank you so much for your remarks today. Mr. Chairman, as I've already indicated, we have a long history with this specific conversation in terms of there being some disparities and inequities. And so for that reason, I'm asking again that this particular piece of legislation be referred back to the committee to which it came from. The notion somehow that we should not insert ourselves in conversations regarding contracting, although I support that, but when the process is flawed and there may be an impact to Black and brown communities, I think that that is a very appropriate time to insert ourselves into that conversation, and I think that time is now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Councilmember Waits is offering a motion to refer back to committee. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. As a point of order, I'm going to allow this motion to be made again, even though it failed, because we went into the committee of the whole. We heard an enormous amount of discussion, quasi-debate. I think that the body should weigh in again and either turn it up or turn it down. So is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to CDHS? Councilmember Lewis.
When you think about the city of Atlanta and procurement, we're gonna keep talking about 50 years ago in 1974, that November. We're gonna keep talking about it, but we gotta live it too. And so Maynard Jackson wrote his legacy, Mayor Maynard Jackson's legacy is on fixing procurement in the city of Atlanta. We've said it's not working the right way. MARTA came to us and said they got one bid, so they threw it out themselves. I was upset about it. Nobody was with me on that. I was like, what you mean all y'all doing is laying concrete? Fix that. And so right now we got CDA, we got our department with the city of Atlanta saying, hey, we got one bid. And we have other bidders saying, hey, if you break this down, because Atlanta's a group of cities, right? We are a group of communities that came together to build the most beautiful project in the history of the planet. Some folks in this beautiful project are saying, hey, we're being left out right here, specifically. And so that's why I second this, and I hope we're able to convince one more voter to come on our side. When you see the people that vote, we're trying to get one more person to say, hey, y'all, there's a lot of conversation going on. Only one person bidded for this. You may need to look at it again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer back to CDHS.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 7 nays.
6 yeas, 7 nays. The motion to refer fails. We're now back to the motion to adopt that's coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Put you down. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
I'm sorry, 11 yeas, 2 nays.
11 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you. That concludes the reports of the standing committees. We will now move to personal papers for immediate consideration. I believe that we have one for immediate consideration. Councilmember Bond.
Much better.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a resolution by Council members Michael Julian Bond, Byron Amos, Jason Winston, Liliana Bakhtiari, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Keisha Waits, Antonio Lewis, and Matt Westmoreland. A resolution establishing a Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport Atrium Policy Task Force to review all procedures, policies, and laws to provide recommendations to improve operations and enhance safety in the airport atrium and adjacent terminals and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta owns and operates Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, whereas Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport has the reputation of being one of the busiest airports in the world, whereas many travelers and airport employees often pass through and gather in the atrium of the airport, whereas as the volume of travelers continue to increase and many of the city's unhoused seek shelter in the atrium and adjacent terminals in the airport, safety has come to be a concern for travelers, vendors, and employees, whereas the task force will reevaluate and review the current procedures, policies, and laws implemented at the atrium and adjacent terminals of the airport to make recommendations for the improvements operationally and to enhance safety for the airport travelers and vendors, whereas the Atlanta City Council desires to establish the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport Atrium Task Force to review all procedures, policies, and laws to provide recommendations to enhance the airport's operations and enhance safety. The City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the task force shall be established to review all procedures, policies, and laws pertaining to the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport's atrium and adjacent terminals to improve operations and enhance safety. And now that I'm beginning the be it further resolved, I've just spoken with Mr. Pace in representing the mayor's office, so I made some scribbler's addition to what you all have in your copies. And so it said, be it further resolved, the task force will be comprised of a joint effort of city departments, airport vendors, and local law enforcement that shall include the following members. We should add 3 appointments shall be made by the mayor of the city of Atlanta, 1 appointment from the post 1 at large office, 1 appointment shall be from the transportation committee chair or his designee, 1 appointment shall be from the airport general manager or his designee, 1 appointment shall be from the Atlanta Police Department, 1 appointment shall be from the law department, 5 appointments shall be from the airport vendors in the atrium, who are atrium adjacent, really. 1 appointment shall be a representative from the airlines in an ad hoc position. 1 appointment, and this is an addition, 1 appointment shall be from the CEO or her designee. Be it further resolved, the task force will examine the airport general, should examine how the airport general manager can effectively work with airport vendors, the Atlanta Police Department, the law department to create a safer environment for travelers, employees, and vendors to improve the current operations of the atrium and the adjacent terminals. Be it further resolved that the members of the task force shall not require council confirmation. Be it further resolved, the administrative functions of this task force shall be provided by a member of the task force. Be it further resolved, the task force shall submit an update to the Transportation Committee within 60 days upon adoption of the resolution. Be it further resolved, the task force will submit a report to the Atlanta City Council through an official communication to the municipal clerk in 60 days for final recommendations upon adoption of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolution in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. I would move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to adopt ELMS ID 34320. Is there any second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any other items for immediate consideration, so we will move to items for referral.
Mr. President.
Oh, Councilor Amos.
Consideration to make a motion, we move that to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilor Amos, seconded by Councilor Mond to move this item to the mayor's office post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Councilor Bond, would you like to stay up while you're here?
What? Thank you.
You're so welcome.
That was very kind of you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I wasn't looking for it, but thanks.
No, you're good.
Christmas is early.
There you go.
I have ELMS ID number 34320, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Oh, this is the same, sorry. ELMS ID number 34306, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor or the chief of corrections to enter into a reemployment/temporary service agreements to be renewed annually, but for no more than 4 years with retired City of Atlanta correction officers at the rank of captain and below for purposes of providing continuing public safety services for the City of Atlanta Corrections Department and for annual compensation not to exceed $61,015.60 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34306 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
All right, next is ELMS ID 34399, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an amendment number 2 for the City of Atlanta Department of Corrections to reemployment temporary employees Vernell Marcus, lead identification technician with the annual increased compensation not to exceed $43,243.20, and Dina McKenzie, office support specialist, with an increase of salary not to exceed $42,048.32 under Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34299 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
All right, ELMS ID number 34300, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into amendment number 1 for the Department of Corrections, reemployment for temporary employee Stephanie Scruggs as a revenue collection supervisor, and annual increased compensation not to exceed $47,521.76 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34300 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I have 4 items today. The first one is ELMS 34288, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Inglewood Avenue Southeast and Grant Street Southeast an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34288 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 34315, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Benaira Avenue Southeast and Fraser Street Southeast, Benaira Southeast and Violet Street Southeast, and Cruz Street Southwest, and Haygood Avenue Southwest in the Peoplestown neighborhood all-way stop control intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34315 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 34289, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Henry Thomas Drive Southeast and Thomasville Drive Southeast, Henry Thomas Drive Southeast, and Kipling Drive Southeast, Thomasville Drive Southeast, and Lathrop Southeast, South Street Southeast, Thomasville Drive Southeast, and Luther's Drive Southeast, Thomasville Drive Southeast, and Forest Park Southeast, Kipling Drive Southeast, and Akron Southeast, Isa Drive Southeast, and Akron Drive Southeast, Isa Drive Southeast, and Phillips Drive Southeast in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, all-way stop control intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34289 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 34240, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2024 Water and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund budget in the amount of $2,500,000.00 to transfer funds from watershed reserves for appropriations and add funds to the Tom Low AFCRWC plant project and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34240 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Council President. ELMS ID 34324, co-signed by Councilmember Winston, Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Keisha Shun Waits, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet. A ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to create a new section 106-13 of Chapter 106, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 1 in general of the Atlanta Code of Ordinance, to prohibit the wearing of ski masks, barrier face coverings, hoods, or any other device which conceals the identity by the wearer and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34324 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS number 34291, a resolution by Council Members Byron D. Amos and Jason Dozier, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Peoples Street Southwest from Oak Street to Howard Place Southwest and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34291 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS number 34292, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos and Jason Dozier, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Oak Street and People Street Southwest, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install a stop sign, the intersection, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34292 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
The last one, Mr. President, AMS number 34286, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with BRTU Construction, Inc. for IFB DOT 2302-1230247 sidewalk repairs and replacements on ML King Drive on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the right-of-way improvement projects at 5 specified locations along north and south sides of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive for a period of 1 year with one one-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $2,396,161.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34286 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's the last one.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, thank you. Elms ID number 34287, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet for the 2024 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $193,000 on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department for the purpose of funding the car seat fitting station program developed by the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34287 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID number 34290, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution requesting the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on Village Park Lane to determine the need of any safety improvements such as traffic calming devices, reduced speeds, or stop signs, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34290 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Okay, and last one, Elms ID number 34319, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the donation of an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the District 11 Carry Forward account to Diamonds in the Rough Women's Outreach Incorporated to support their 2023 Christmas toy drive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34319 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. Only two papers today. Elms ID number 34302, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1206 Metropolitan Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34302 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 34304, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend Chapter 10, Section 10-93 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to add a new subsection C to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for package stores licensed to sell distilled spirits, malt beverages, and/or wine by the package list listed in Section 10-88.1B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store located on that parcel for land known as 312 Auburn Avenue Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34304 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
That is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 34316, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone requesting the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation accept the dedication of the streets located within the Kelso at Peyton subdivision to provide for enhanced response from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, the Atlanta Police Department, and to facilitate the needed repairs to the streets and infrastructure and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34316 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 34284, 34284. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to amend Appendix E, Atlanta Housing Code, Article 1, Policy and Administration, Section 18, Judicial Proceedings of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide for a maximum fine of $1,000 and graduated sentencing for persons or corporate entities owning multiple family properties guilty liable for violating any offense under this chapter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34284 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Elms 34293, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor to designate to place parking restrictions on Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest from the public streets northern terminus to approximately the shared property line between 1778 and 1788 Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest, prohibiting parking on both the northbound and southbound side of the street, to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area, and to restripe all markings and place appropriate signage along Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard Northwest from its northern terminus to Chattahoochee Avenue Northwest, to waive certain requirements of City of Atlanta Code Section 150-92 of the Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34293 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 34307, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1705 Commerce Drive Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34307 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms 34244, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to accept proceeds from the Atlantic Station Tax Allocation District Fund on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation and to anticipate and appropriate the Atlantic Station Tax Allocation District Fund proceeds in the amount of $3,950,000.00 into the Atlanta Department of Transportation's Howell Mill 14th Street Marietta Street Transformation Project account for the Howell Mill Complete Streets Project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34244 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Completes my items.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms 32408, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor, his designee, to make the intersection of Dobbs Circle Northwest and Peachtree Battle Avenue Northwest an all-way controlled intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34308 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 34318, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the transfer of $25,000.00 from the District 8 carry forward account to the District 8 salaries permanent part-time account and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34318 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Juan. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 34245, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 to the Atlanta Preservation Center from the Council President Carry Forward account to support their Phoenix File celebration and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34245 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, Elms ID 34334, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount of blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34334, is that right? Did I get that number right? Yeah, okay. That'll be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay. 34335, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34335 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any other papers for referral today? Okay, hearing none. Oh, Councilmember Shook. Sorry. Late breaking.
Thank you. I was told that Elms IDs have been assigned to both these resolutions, although that's not reflected on what I was given to turn in. The first is a resolution by Shook authorizing the city to authorize a donation of money to provide local matching funds to the city of Sandy Springs for the Path 400 Trail in an amount not to exceed $133,333 and 33 cents, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorizing the CFO or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Resolution will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Resolution by Shook authorizing the city to donate a total amount not to exceed $400,000 to Livable Buckhead pursuant to the code section of the charter listed here in support of the organization's efforts and management of public art along the Path 400 project, including the design, development, and fabrication of an artistic gateway to Path 400 off Miami Circle, and the implementation of the Shelter to Sculpture public art project, authorizing the mayor designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, authorizing the CFO or his designee to make all payments, and for the purposes.
That resolution will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Any other papers for referral today? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to general remarks. I'll like to take a point of personal privilege, given that this is the last full meeting of the year. And typically when committee assignments are made, first of all, I want to thank all of the council members who served on the committees this past year, especially the chairs, many of whom who served for 2 years in their chairs. I appreciate their service and all of the work that they put into making those committees successful. I had a chance to talk to everyone and get your input on committee assignments, and I had a chance to talk to everybody regarding your committee assignments prior to today. So I am very pleased and appreciative that many of you allowed for flexibility and also were excited about different kinds of assignments. So with that, I will outline, and you're getting it on paper, the committee assignments for 2024 that will start in January. Zoning Committee, I'm appointing Matt Westmoreland as chair, and members, council members Bakhtiari, Dozier, Faroki, Norwood, Overstreet, and Waits. For the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee, I'm appointing Councilmember Boone as chair, and the members there being council members Bond, Faroki, Hillis, Lewis, Norwood, and Westmoreland. For the City Utilities Committee, I'm appointing Councilmember Lewis as chair, and the members there will be council members Amos, Bond, Boone, Shook, Wan, and Westmoreland. Community Development Human Services, appointing Chair Jason Winston, with members, council members Bakhtiari, Bond, Boone, Dozier, Norwood, and Westmoreland. For the Transportation Committee, Chair there Byron Amos. Members, council members Faroki, Hillis, Lewis, Overstreet, Waits, and Wan. Finance Exec Committee, Chair Howard Shook. Members, council members Bakhtiari, Hillis, Overstreet, Wan, Waits, and Winston. And Committee on Council, chairing the second year, Councilmember Bakhtiari. Members Amos, Boone, Dozier, Faroki, Shook, and Winston. Again, I am excited for several of these folks to have a new chair. And also for some folks to be serving on new committees. Just appreciate everybody's flexibility and willingness to serve in the new year. So with that, other general remarks from my colleagues. Hearing none? Oh, Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to wish my little children happy birthday. My oldest and my youngest celebrate birthdays within the next week. One on the 9th, one on the 14th. My daughter, Lauren, and my son, Skylar. So I don't want to, they always gave me the rub about them being born in December and celebrated near Christmas. So I wanted to call them out for that. And of course, we will be our HelloFresh will continue throughout the month, taking off the week of Christmas and on New Year's. So those that follow us on Facebook and Instagram, we will be out in the community continuing through Wednesdays. But on those particular 2 weeks before we meet again, we will not be present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Amos.
Very quickly, sir. I too have 2 birthdays we're celebrating. My granddaughter, which is actually December 20th. And then I'd like to wish a very early birthday to my office manager, newest person on the team, Miss Aaliyah Fleming.
Thank you. Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make an announcement to inform everyone that the rescheduled joint work session between the CUC, City Utilities and CDHS is this Thursday, December the 7th at 10 a.m. I'll be right here in this room. It'll be myself and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, the Vice Chair of CDHS, presiding over the meeting. And we'll have city department representatives from the Department of Watershed Management, Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience, Department of City Planning, and the Department of Parks and Recs will also be there. Again, that's this Thursday, December the 7th at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to take a moment, speaking of birthdays, they have both disclosed it publicly, so we want to wish Council Members Dozier and Faroki a very happy birthday to their new little ones who were born over the last couple of weeks. That's why they are also not here today. Any other comments from my colleagues? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to sound the closing roll. Happy holidays to everyone, indeed.
I'd just like to remind the general public that, of course, there is a runoff election tomorrow from 7 to 7 for school board seats 7 and 9 at large. Any information you need regarding the election, please visit our website at the Atlanta City Council. Every location is posted and the times are posted as well. If you need further information, please dial 404-330-6500.
Please sound the closing roll.
Adjourning roll call, Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond. Here. Matt Westmoreland. Here. Keisha Sean Waits. Jason Winston. Here. Byron Amos.
Here.
Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Here. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Dustin Hillis. Here. Andrea Boone. Present. Marcy Collier Overstreet. And Antonio Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and happy holidays.